Welcome to the Vault Excel. Happy Saturday, everyone. Well, I decided to pick this topic for no particular reason, but it came to mind, so I decided to share it with the viewing audience. How many of you are still spanking your children? Do you believe in spanking children? Do you believe there should be a certain age in spanking children? Spanking toddlers. Do you believe in spanking toddlers? Tap on the butt, hand, arm, leg, calf. School age children, 10, 8 years old. Teenagers, preteens. Some people are still, I'm sure, whooping their kids, as black folks used to say back in the day. I got a whooping. I think it would be a little controversial hitting on a child that's a bit older because that could lead to a very dangerous situation if your child decided to fight you back, so to speak. Spanking your children in public. How do you all feel about spanking your children in public? Would you wait until you got home to spank your child if your child had been acting up in public? Hmm, interesting. So I asked you all 20 hours ago about spanking kids. 53% said yes, 43% said no, 3% said not toddlers, 3% said unsure, 40 people voted. Thank you for voting. Take the poll on my community page, everybody. Condolences to Rob Bass' family. He was a rapper back in the 80s. He has passed away. Commentary says that he was battling cancer, died at the age of 59. Privately, he was battling cancer. I liked Rob Bass. I liked his music. It Takes Two, a very famous song that hyped up many Americans and I'm sure people abroad. It takes two to make a thing go right. It's very sad news. Once again, Rob Bass has passed away at the age of 59. Spanking kids in public. No, 73%. Yes, 18%. Unsure, 0%. At home, 9%. 11 people voted. Would you agree to corporal punishment inside schools? Yes, 18%. No, 82%. Unsure, 0%. 11 people voted. So 82% of you said no, you don't want them spanking your children in school. 73% of you said you don't want or believe in spanking kids in public, but 18% of you said, yeah, I'll spank them in public. And all together, 53% of you agreed to spank kids, and 43% of you said no. So let's compare that with 40 people voting. 53% of you said yes, you believe in spanking children. But then up here where I talk about spanking in public, 18% said yes versus 53 spanking children in general. Of course, there were lesser votes on that question about spanking kids in public. When I grew up in Chicago, I attended a private school, Catholic school, and it was accepted to be spanked inside of the school by the nuns, the teachers. Okay. And we had nuns in my early um, school days. I think kindergarten, first grade, I had nuns as teachers. And thereafter, I had regular school teachers. And they use paddles, um, rulers rather, to spank us on our legs. I even remember the principal, Mrs. Lemon. Here we go. Can't believe I remember her name. She used the ruler as well if we got out of order. So that was the 70s, 80s, early 80s. teachers could spank us in school. Now things are different. There are no um, corporal punishment in school, to my knowledge. Maybe somewhere in America they do it, but I don't know of that those said places. So how do you feel about spanking children in school? Most of you probably saying, "Hell no, I don't want nobody putting their hands on my kid, spanking my kid." And in this day and time, the children are so combative, you would definitely have a fight on your hands. You would be basically fighting a student because we have some very unruly young people running around, just like we have unstable adults. So when you mix the two, it's not going to be a good mix. A tyrant of a teacher versus a tyrant of a child. It would be WWE all day long. Now, I grew up getting what we call whoopings as a child, just the norms, what I was used to. So I got it in school if I was not complying with the school rules, and also at home. I got a whooping by my mother. And as my mother once said to someone, Angela never got whooped for the same thing twice, meaning every whooping was for something different. It was never a repeat. Now, in today's society, and probably even back then, you have children who are getting whooped, spanked for the same thing because they don't listen. Mom, dad says, stop doing that, don't do this, don't do this. And the kid repetitively keeps doing it. I didn't have that kind of problem growing up. She said it one time, don't do this. Okay, boom, boom, boom. We didn't do it again. And if we got a whooping for it, we definitely knew not to do it again. But we live in a world now where children just don't listen, and or we have people who are not good at giving, um, what shall I say, proper rendering. So if you don't have anyone rendering you, you don't have anyone guiding you, you're living in a free fall type of environment. I could see the child never getting a spanking, getting chastised. You don't have a parent that cares. And we sadly live in a world where people don't care about the children. They don't want to tell them, uh, you know, the rules of the world, having manners, speak when spoken to, keep your room clean, house clean, doing chores, going to school, doing your homework, telling the truth. Someone has to teach you those things, those qualities. And if that person don't have those attributes, it would probably be hard for that person to do the same with a child. I'm curious to how many people are actually spanking their children because you see all these videos where the children are talking back to the parents. Parents can't wait to go live, film their kids saying stupid stuff, funny stuff. And this, I think, is the start of a problem because we're all laughing at these videos. But I told myself it's probably not a good idea to laugh at some of the things these children are saying in these videos where they're talking back to their parent. They're telling their parent, no, I don't want no broccoli for dinner. I want Long John Silver's. You know what I like. I don't think many of you realize that's a problem because it seems cute. But where I come from, that would not be considered cute with or without a camera streaming live. You would never, in my day, tell your parent what the hell you were going to eat and what you did not want to eat. As they used to say back in the day and still say it now in some households, I guess you won't be eating. There was no choice. There were no choices. There was no mom cooking different foods for different children. Susie's eating a hamburger, John's eating a hot dog. And some of you parents do that, and you shouldn't. Everybody eats the same, or you don't eat. Bottom line. As I said, we live in a different world where basically the children are running their parents. So I can see a lot of children not getting spanked, not getting spanked at all. By the time the parent is wanting to spank their child, this is probably when the child has become combative and don't listen, don't follow rules and instructions, talking back, cursing, slamming doors, just unruly. Now you want to pick up something, a tree branch, your fist, and decide now you want to knock your kid around. It's kind of late. Too late for that now. Too late. What if they brought corporal punishment back in the schools? Would you be the one to protest? Say, nah, I don't want you spanking my kid in school. I don't know you. I don't know how heavy your hand is. I don't want you spanking my kid. Take the polls on my community page. I've asked you 3 questions pertaining to spanking children, spanking toddlers. Is there an exception for toddlers versus older children? And what age? That's another poll I'm going to put up. I'm going to put this one up right now. What age should you stop spanking children? Interesting. Take the polls, everybody. Hope everyone's having a wonderful weekend. It's kind of cloudy here in Knoxville, but now the sun's out. I can't wait to see the answer to this question, the response. So, what age should you stop spanking your kids? What age should I start? 10, 11, 12, 5? I don't really know what to put. Let's see. Let's throw out some numbers. You have 4 options, everyone. I put after 5 years of age. We're just going to break it up. After 10 years of age, after 14 years of age, and not sure. Now we're going to put spanking teens. Three options: yes, no, and not sure. I'm going to put spanking teens. I'm going to specify to 18 years of age. It's scary. Somebody's hitting their kid afterwards. Ooh, Lord have mercy. After 18 years of age. Okay. Spanking your teen up to the age of 18. Yes, no, not sure. Those are your options. Well, I can see some people probably beating their kids, teenagers. Like as I said, I don't know if I want to be spanking a child. What I would say of weight. Your child's about 140, 150 pounds or bigger. You might want to rethink spanking your kid because you might be actually fighting your child instead of, you know what I'm saying, spanking your kid. And the one thing we've learned is children get bigger, and even some younger ones, people out here literally fighting their kids. They're not spanking them, they're beating them. They're fighting them like they're in the damn street. And we've seen and heard the stories of people who have, you know, uh, put their hands on their child and they were literally fighting their child. If a person walked by, they would say, okay, that doesn't look like a whooping. That's two people fighting. You do have people who get down like that. I mean, it's the type of world that we live in. It's the type of world that we live in. Some people believe in spanking, some do not. Some people don't think you should spank toddlers. They're still babies, so they don't know any better. So what do you think about that? Spanking a toddler, 2 year old, 1 year old, 3 year old, 4 year old. You've done something really bad, turn on a stove, lit a match, set something on fire. Would you spank your toddler using cuss words? Would you spank your toddler? Weigh in, everybody. This has been a lazy Saturday for the Queen. I haven't been really doing anything but rearranging furniture. God, don't ask. I can't seem to get it right. I don't know. I'm just where I move the TV now. I can't run the cable because the wires are on one side of the wall, and I would need longer wires, and then I'd have to get a rug to cover them up. So these crazy people here wouldn't be complaining about the wires running underneath the sofa across to the, you know what I'm saying, across to the TV. Of course, I have Xfinity Stream on the other TV, so I still have access to cable. I just don't have the box hooked up where you can use, the remote. Just a lazy day here. Just a lazy, lazy old day. Nothing fabulous going on. Yeah, I decided to ask you that. I don't know why. It just came to mind. Oh, I think I read an article, it was last night, I think. Last night or today. Might have been today. It was a news break report of altercation at a sports field. So I don't know what's the truth, but it says that a girl got jumped or assaulted by two adults. So I don't know why spanking came to my mind. And I thought, dear God, what did the little girl do? Teenager or whomever? Then they said she was 19. What could she have done for you all to approach her after a soccer game? Hello, Benson. How are you? Thank you for joining me. What did she do so terrible? I'm gonna try to pull that up and see if I can find it. Take the polls. Make your voice count, everybody. Let's see if I can find something here. Hold on. But you never know what's the truth if you're not there. Okay, I think this is it right here. went somewhere else. It's Chicago. I should have specified. Hold on. To put a city. Okay, let's see what we got. So right now it's saying, hmm, it's not coming up. Any specific date? I don't know the date. I'm not about to start talking to AI. Forget that. Sorry, everybody. I'm trying to see if I can find this article. There was some crazy stuff happening in Knoxville. Every time I get a news alert from Newsbreak, they give us the beginning of a dispatch call. We get that now. You can get information about, a person slumped over behind the wheel at a Taco Bell, McDonald's, man down, person passed out. So we get those alerts now. Why they're doing it, I have no idea. But we can get those alerts through the Newsbreak app where I am a contributor. But I had seen this information about some altercation at a soccer field, but AI is coming up saying uh, it's not bringing anything up. But anyway, there are some apartments in Knoxville. I think they're called South Knoxville Flats or something, where a woman in the, I guess, the rental office got hit with a tire iron. I don't know if she got hit in the head, the arm, but they're looking for the person. Did she know the person? I'm curious. I was reading that yesterday. Very interesting. Did she know the person that assaulted her? So he just walked in with a tire iron and hit her. Was she alone? Were there other workers in the office? Curious. Was he somebody that used to live there? Somebody who was getting evicted? Somebody that got evicted? Seems personal. Seems quite personal to me. Maybe he was a tenant.
Fire iron. Police are hoping someone will come forward with information after the department says a woman was assaulted with a tire iron. This apparently happened in an office at the Southside Flats Apartments. KPD says the victim suffered severe but non life threatening injuries and had to be taken to the hospital. If you know anything that can help with this investigation, you are asked to call the East Tennessee Valley Crime Stoppers. That number is 877 363 8847.
What in the hell did I just hear? Walks into a rental office and hits the lady with the tire iron. So I'm assuming he hit her where it could do damage. That would be to the face, to the head, to the neck. Wow. Was it a tenant, current tenant, former tenant, somebody was hanging around there, name mentioned, police called on him. He decided to pay the office staff a visit. Very scary. And then common sense will tell you he did it during daylight hours. So he didn't care about being seen. But what doesn't make any sense, they should have cameras outside the office and inside of the office. So you all should have a description of this guy hitting her. You should have a video of him hitting her. Why is there no video? No way you're gonna have apartments, rental apartments, and you don't even have damn cameras in the rental office or outside the rental door. That don't make any sense. I was watching Vinnie Politan today, and this is a very wicked subject matter I'm going to mention because everybody, like you said, is going to have their own opinion about what they see and what they heard. And as Vinnie Politan said, everybody's perception of things are different. And I talk about that all the time on this network. And what I see, you don't see. What I hear, you don't hear. Long story short, an elderly black woman, 75, went into some type of establishment early in the morning. It appears because it doesn't look like the restaurant was really open. And she had went in about her order. It was wrong. There's no audio to say what this one said, but she's talking to one young person. Then another person jumps in, a second girl, and all the while they're exchanging words. The black lady's waving her hand around, pointing, and then the second girl who shows up, uh, she puts her hand on the black lady. Now, I don't know if she put her hand on her in a affectionate way to be like, ma'am, calm down, or ma'am, get back. Long story short, that's when the black lady retaliates and I guess puts her hands out, and now they're tussling. The woman's on the ground, and then she gets up. They say uh, Vinny says she picks up some hair, puts it in her pocket. Why she did that, he don't know. Then she sat down because obviously she was tired, I guess, from all this brawling. And then she has an attack, passes out. She's dead. But the weird thing is that these people are free, walking around. Number one. Number two, you have the police department saying that people don't need to be insinuating these people attacked this black lady. They got it wrong. Well, the, the black lady did. What you talking about? Because see, this is what I always say, and it's very true. Your response is going to be the clincher of the story. I'm not going to stand here and argue with you about a Coca-Cola, a French fry, none of that. Because that's what escalates a situation is one, engaging. If she came in and said, you forgot my potatoes, my milk, whatever, just give it to her. Just give it to her. I'm trying to figure out what the fuck can be that serious that she's so upset about in the first place. Has she been sitting there too long, waiting? You forgot something? Did she drive off down the street and realize a milkshake's missing? I don't really know what it could have been that serious about that time of the morning, quite frankly. Because when you see her walk in, it looks dark. There's nobody in there. She's looking behind the counter like she's looking for somebody. So you can see it's early in the morning. So I'm trying to figure out what could be so serious that time of morning to be arguing. And yes, you can see that the black lady was heated. She's waving her hands. And see, that's the start of something as well. When you start putting your hands out, you waving your hands, somebody will get offended. Now they think you're going to try to do something to them. See, everything is about cause and effect. And when we grew up, we learned that words were cheap. So people can talk crazy, cuss. So as long as they don't put their hands on you, we good. They don't put their hands on me, we good. You can cuss, fuss, fall out on the floor. We good. Just don't put your damn hands on me. So when the second girl came around, I guess to interject and intervene, uh, I don't know, to defend the 17-year-old boy or whomever that was originally arguing with the black lady, I would have just told him to step away from the counter. I would have told him, step away from the counter. And then when I walked up there, I would have told him, step away from the counter. And when I told the lady, what is the problem? See, as Vinnie Politan said, we don't even know what they're saying. So it's really hard to even say, to even give advice in the situation because it's past tense. The lady's dead. So really, I don't, I don't really know what to say, not to say, because she's dead. All I know is I would think this could have been diffused some type of way to where we wouldn't be talking about a dead person. And that's if there are people who are hot butter, people up there in Indiana are pissed off, people on the internet pissed off, her children are pissed off. She's an old lady, 75. And I guess grandma was saying, ain't nobody getting ready to rumble with me. So she done pulled this white girl hair out, and now she done passed out dead. Shut your mouth. This is crazy to me, because I'm trying to figure out what was so serious to be ranting and raving at that time of the morning. And it's possible the obvious. It's early. Ain't nobody gonna came to work. They're taking too long to fix whatever it is she ordered. That's probably what it was about. She went in to see about her order. Probably taking too long. Let me tell you something. Because as I said, I don't know what the hell went on. First of all, if I go through a drive-through, if you are taking too long, I'll just drive off. I'm not getting ready to waste my time beating on no window, running inside, hollering and screaming. And I'm not doing all that. First of all, it's early in the morning, so it's too early for all that anyway. Just gonna go somewhere else and get something to eat. I'm not a breakfast person, so it don't really matter to me. That's one thing I can say about Queen. You ain't gonna see Queen at nobody's restaurant at no damn 6, 7 o'clock in the damn morning. Never, never, ever. The only time I've ever been at a restaurant in 6, 7 a.m., 8 is because I was in the car with somebody else and they wanted breakfast. I'm not a breakfast person. It's just like right now. It's almost 5 o'clock. I haven't had anything to eat except for coffee, caramel hazelnut coffee. My metabolism is all jacked up. But I've been like this for years. I'm not a breakfast person. And if I got up snacking late in the hour, late in the morning, naturally when I wake up, I'm not hungry. But my problem is the snacking at night and then having this metabolism issue. That's where the weight gain comes. But anywho, who's right, who's wrong? As for the black lady pointing her hands, fingers, no, probably shouldn't have done that. Because one thing begets another. But as it is the rule, so long as the person has not put their hands on you, walk away. Whatever she's saying, walk away. That's what people need to understand. You don't have to engage. What is it that you people don't understand about that? And that white girl coming around the corner, you should have enough sense to tell the 17-year-old, hey, stop talking to her. Stop talking to her. Just stop. What are you going to try to put your hands on the black lady for, a big old black woman, with your small self? I didn't understand none of that. Why are you going to put your hands on this black woman? For what? That make no sense. Don't do nothing. Ma'am, we will fix the order. We will get the order. We'll give you whatever, refund, however it went. See, we don't even really know what the hell they were arguing about. But I know I'm not going to put my hands on no old woman. To the best of my ability, let me say that. So whether she's 5'2", she's 6 feet, I'm going to do my best to try to diffuse the situation. Putting my hands on her, how is that diffusing the situation? It's not. So you got your hair fucking pulled out, and now you got a dead woman. And you're probably going to eventually face charges because anybody's going to say with their right mind, You didn't have to put your hands on her. Now, it's up to the district attorney to either agree with the police that, okay, the black lady instigated by being hyped up. So what? She can holler, scream out she won't. If you had any sense, you should have called the police. Well, I'd like to have this lady removed out of here. What is it that you people don't understand about calling the police? It amazes me that people don't mind when they want to be a nosy Ken or Karen and call the police. But in this instance, we got this white girl saying she want to be Captain Save-A-Ho and try to fight this big old black woman. Was that her intention? Because I can stand to be corrected. It's no big deal. I'm not leaving from behind the counter. That's stupid. What are you going to leave behind the counter for? So that's why I don't really know how this went. And I need to see the whole full video to understand who's on first, who's on second. Because what I saw, it wasn't enough. And then there are people upset because they feel like the police department, you all are taking up for this young boy and this girl who work at this restaurant. You worrying about her injuries, but not the injuries of this 75-year-old lady. Well, the black lady won because one, she was bigger than her. Use common sense. You know, that's some deep SHIT. Whoop somebody's tail and then die afterwards. Shut your mouth. Because let me tell you something. All they had to do was walk off. You're behind the counter. Make it make sense now. So I always tell you, you gotta start, you gotta finish. You are behind the counter. It should have stayed that way. I don't care what that lady was saying. You're the one behind the counter. She's in front of the counter. She's on the side of the customer. Nobody should have left from behind the counter. Let that black woman holler, scream, and let me make this clear. If she was white, I'm gonna say the same thing. Okay? If she was Jew, Arab, whatever, you are behind the counter. Why are you stepping from behind the counter? That's a fool. That's how a fool would do. What you have to say is not going to get no clearer you coming from behind the counter. I could say the same for the white girl that comes from around the corner. From around the counter, she was combative. What you coming from around the corner for? For what? First of all, the black woman wasn't even talking to you. She was talking to the boy. So the police department, you all, I don't understand your take on this because it takes two to tango. She comes from back from the kitchen or wherever because she hears this commotion. So now she's interjecting herself into this nonsense, okay? She's interjecting herself into this nonsense. Hold on, everybody. Stay behind the counter. What are you going to leave the counter for? You all are judging a black woman because she's waving her hand and she's upset. Okay, so what? Yeah, I get it. It looks bad, but she hasn't hit you. So as they say in the street, talk is cheap. Say what the fuck she want to say. I ain't got to stand there and argue with her. All he had to do was leave and say, ma'am, let me go get my boss. And he just go back and tell her, hey, the lady's upset about such and such, such and such. And then the boss lady, third key, whatever her position is, she'd say, okay, well, you go on back there, I'll handle this. And all she had to do was stand behind the counter and say, ma'am, what is the problem? Well, we will help you with the problem. And I would do anything just to get the bitch out of there. The fuck? See, sometimes you got to know how to handle things. And it's just like many people who I am around who work in the public. They will say, even when we know that they acting a donkey's ass, talking crazy, cussing, screaming, whatever, they are in the right. We let them have it as not to exacerbate the situation. I had one driver say that. He said, I let them cuss and fuss and do what they want. He said, I don't even respond. But then I had another driver tell me, he says, I'm going to respond at some point, depending on what the fuck you do. Exactly, because we're human. And like he said, some shit go down, I lose my job. You got to remember, you still got to walk around Knoxville. And so do I. And you don't know where I might pop up. Exactly. This is why you have to think, 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 think before you react, before you respond. See, it takes two kind of people to get to this type of situation in the first place. I'm not getting ready to argue with her. Give a damn what she wants, what she mad about. I'm not going to argue with her. Exactly. The customer's always right. And when you see the person is angry to the point they're pointing and doing all that, you should have sense enough to say, okay, this is getting heated. Let's try to diffuse this situation because I don't know what this lady might do. And for all you know, she could have had somebody in the car with her and they're wondering, well, what's taking grandma so long? And then they come in and then you see where I'm going? They gonna get hyped because grandma now hyped. You gotta think, think, think. Don't react, think first. Now, as I said, flip side could be white boy goes behind the counter, boss comes up, she trying to defuse the situation, black lady still cussing and fussing. The white girl could have said, well, okay, ma'am, I gotta go. I gotta open a store, I got things to do. White girl walk off, and the black lady still want to cuss and fuss, but decides she wants to take her big black butt behind that damn counter. Now that's a whole different ballgame. Now we're talking about imminent threat because she has left the customer service side and came behind the counter. Now, had the big black woman went around that counter, then you could say, oh, I fear for my safety. She was coming around the counter. I didn't know what she was going to do. I still wouldn't have done nothing even if she came around the counter. That's why y'all got cameras in there. You see she's coming around the counter, then that means one of you dodo birds should have called the police. If this was the case. I'm saying if, because this didn't happen. But I'm saying, had the lady went around the counter, then you could feel a threat to say, okay, she's really angry now. She's left the customer service side, and now she's coming around. Should have called the police. Hello, no perspective. Thank you. I'm good. How are you, sweetheart? You got to think when you are in a situation. See, things can go bad anywhere. I don't care where you are. I don't care if you're on public transportation. I don't care if you're waiting on an Uber, DoorDash, you're at a ball game, you're at a nightclub. People are ignorant and they do not have to be inebriated. They could be stone cold sober, but just a jackass. Do you understand? You got to know when to say, you know what, I'm not going to respond. Because that's what I'm working on, not responding. I didn't do good yesterday. I put a comment on my video because somebody pissed me off. And I figured they just did that because they knew you probably was going to respond. That's what they want. But guess what? I'm still here and still a child of God. Ain't nothing changed. Ain't nothing changed. And I may talk about that during this live too. But some of you all are just mad. Oh, and I think 2 people unsubscribe. See, didn't I tell you? Don't like what you say? Unsubscribe. Why? Hell, you ain't paying no bills at this address. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Knowing your place. Getting yourself upset over shit that don't concern you. Why? I'm not getting ready to go up there to that counter arguing with that lady. She's already arguing with one person. How's it going to be better if I come up there and start arguing with her? I'm not. And like Vinnie Politan said, we don't even know who said what because we can't hear. Ain't no audio on the damn feed. But you can see that the black lady was angry. She was looking around, nobody's around. Then somebody popped up and words were exchanged. The guy should have said what he had to say and then walked off. Say, well, ma'am, I got to get to work. Let me get my supervisor. You go get the supervisor. The supervisor, she comes up there. Her option, a job is to delegate and dispute, you know, diffuse this nonsense, whatever the hell was wrong with this lady. And I'm not saying the black lady was in the right. All I'm saying is it shouldn't have went as far as it went. That's my point. What is fighting her going to solve? You're supposed to be trying to get her out of the store. You know you couldn't do nothing with that big old woman. See, to me, that's a fool. So the police department, you got that wrong. That girl shouldn't have put her hands on that old woman. I don't care what she was saying, what she was complaining about. You supposed to be trying to get her out of there. Now, you want to play us the audio so we can hear what the hell was said? I'm still not going to agree with her putting her hands on her. I don't care what that black woman said. Like, you ever stand there and argue with somebody sitting up here 300 fucking pounds bigger than me. What am I going to argue with her about? For what? The time you shouldn't have argued with her, you could have went and fixed her order or whatever the hell she was complaining about. Stay woke, everybody. Now, as for yesterday, I was in a good mood. We had a good live. And somebody put a nasty comment under my video. Yeah, I'm going to address it. Let me tell you something, sissy Kathy, whoever the fuck you are. You don't feed me. You don't clothe me. You don't bathe me. You don't do shit for Queen. I made it clear what I make in my video on YouTube, which is absolutely nothing. Why are you so concerned about my living situation? What I get, don't get. You don't know me from a can of fucking paint. I can talk about whatever the fuck I want to talk about on my channel. This is mine. See, this is what happens when you come into a live stream and you haven't listened to the content. You come in all of 30 minutes, 40 minutes, near the end of the hour, and then you put a stupid comment under the video and you haven't even watched the whole video. So I'm going to iterate what I said yesterday as if I should have to, because as I told you, I don't believe in explaining myself. There are all types of people that live in this building. They are white, they are black, they are young, they are older. Did I clear that up? Did I clear that up? So when you come in my fucking playhouse telling me that I need to move out the building because it's an elderly community and I need to go get a job and not get assistance, you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. Who the fuck are you to come over here and try to school a 55-year-old woman about her journey? You don't know me from Adam. And you are exactly what I was talking about in my live. People who meddle in things that don't concern them. I already said during that live for your stupid ass that I live in a transient city, which means this is a poor city. This is not a wealthy city. The University of Tennessee is the main hub of Knoxville. The main money guru is the University of Tennessee. So that means that organization brings in a lot of money to this town. Without the University of Tennessee, Knoxville would be shit. And to many people, it ain't shit. It's just an old town. That's all it is. So we have a lot of people here who are working class. And the way things are going, even if you got a degree, your ass is still considered working class because you don't make enough money to pay bills and pay for apartments and pay rental fees. So while you sitting up on your ass scrolling YouTube and coming across my video and coming in my motherfucking chat and video talking shit about me, you kiss my black ass. I don't owe nobody an explanation about a motherfucking thing. I will live where the fuck I want to live. If it's a trailer, if it's a shed, it's a barn, what's it to you? But this is what happens when you think you know every damn thing. To tell me, go find me somewhere else to live. So I tell you what, since I need to move out this building, I want you to meet me in Knoxville next week. And I want you to bring me some money. And you can go pick out a beautiful home or condo in the city and put the fucking money down. And I'll gladly move my things in where the fuck you think I should stay. How about that? Sissy Kathy. You think I should go live in a condo full of 20-year-olds or 30-year-olds? Well, honey, I will meet you at the gate. I will meet you at the motherfucking gate. Who the fuck goes in somebody's video and tell them where the fuck they should stay? And tell them they should go get a job and quit getting assistance? Who told you I get assistance? I ain't never told nobody I get assistance. I ain't never told you I don't have a job. That's your assumption. And you know why you're assuming that? All because I mentioned that there were elderly people living in the building. Well, let me inform you something, you dumb bitch. Everywhere I lived, there were elderly people. The last place I lived in had elderly people. The place before that, elderly neighbors. The place before that, elderly neighbors. The place before that, elderly neighbors. And they weren't public housing either. How about that? Did you hear that? Did you hear that, bitch? Did you hear that? It don't matter where I stay, what I get. If I'm out here kicking cans, picking up cans, what's it to you? See, this is the very reason why I get tired of coming up here making videos, because you motherfuckers are so fucking disrespectful. Every day people are on YouTube talking about absolutely nothing. And let me tell you, they don't have jobs either. Since you know so motherfucking much about YouTube. A lot of the people who are on YouTube do not work. That is their hustle. That is their job. So why don't you go kick some rocks and go fuck over off on somebody else's channel and tell them about their fucking lifestyle and how they're fucking living? You ain't saying that to the motherfuckers that's making hundreds and hundreds of thousands of dollars on YouTube without a motherfucking job. Why don't you go fuck with them? Oh, I didn't hear anything. Did you say something? Yeah. Go over there to them big channels where that is their only source of income. Go climb up under their video and tell them they need to go get a job. This goes back to what I say all the time. Some of you need to get a motherfucking life. Because this is your life right here. Trolling social media, saying the stupidest shit to people you don't know nothing about. You don't know their circumstances. You don't know what's going on with them. For all you know, bitch, I could be sitting in a wheelchair right now. Did that occur to you? Oh yeah, I'm gonna go there. I'm gonna give your monk ass what the fuck you want. How do you know I'm not sitting in a wheelchair? Have you seen me walk? Have you seen me ever walk in a video? See, this is why I know you don't have shit. You don't have shit. Because you hide behind a circle without a picture. I ain't hiding. I got 6,000 motherfucking videos and more than half, got my face in front of the camera. And even the people who I've dealt with personally from YouTube, two fans in particular, they wasn't worried about how I'm living, where I'm staying. One has been to Tennessee. Matter of fact, one will be here next month. And they will get to walk right up in this motherfucker where I sleep. And I bet you she ain't getting ready to worry about how the fuck Queen is living. Because she's the one who told me, you should stay right where you at. You don't need to move out of town. So let me tell you something, you dumb cunt. How you think I'm going to move out of town with no money? Yeah, I'm going to give your ass the business because you obviously won't. How you think I'm going to pick up all this stuff out this apartment and move it out of town broke? Because Trump ain't getting ready to move it. He ain't gave me no assistance to move no motherfucking where. Don't worry about what I got going on. Pardon my language, but that shit pissed me off. And I told myself, Queen, why you getting upset over that? She's a nobody. She don't know you. You got thousands of people right now in Knoxville. They got jobs and they don't even have nowhere to fucking lay their heads. So why are you worrying about some dodo bird commenting? Because it just pissed me off. Because it counteracted what I had just spoke about during the live, how you need to mind your business and stop meddling. That was the purpose of the video about the nosy ass neighbors. The very reason why my own landlord told me don't talk to the people. And then here you come under the video telling somebody where the fuck they need to move to and they need to go get a job and get off assistance. You sound like a motherfucking idiot. You sound like a motherfucking idiot. This, my dear everybody, you got that right, Lord have mercy. This is what's out here. Jim Crow mentality. It has been said that there is not even a middle class anymore. And yet I'm having to sit up here and tell some stupid person who really don't exist to mind their business and worry about themselves. Because I got a feeling your plate ain't clean. You're probably barely living, probably barely got 2 pair of shoes to your name. I bet you right now, bitch, you ain't even got $2,000 in your bank account. And since you like scrolling social media, put a receipt under my video. Thank you, Path. Thank you. Put a receipt under my video of your fucking bank account with $2,000 plus in there. I'm going to lowball you. I'm going to lowball you at 2,000. Since you living better than everybody else, you got a swanky life that you can just go up onto somebody's video and talk about them and don't even know them from a can of fucking paint. Who cares how I'm living? And anybody on this network who's following me, they know Queen don't brag about how she living. But yet here you come, a donkey riding on a donkey, got something to say about some shit you don't even know what the fuck you're talking about. There's people out here struggling who work every day, don't work. What do you care? What do you care if somebody's homeless? What do you care if somebody's working, don't working? What do you care if a grown ass woman or man is living with their mama and daddy? What do you care about a motherfucker with 10, 15 kids? What do you care about somebody living in a subsidized house and living in a trailer? What the fuck do you care about? Ain't your motherfucking business. But I bet you what, bitch? I bet you my refrigerator full, hoe. I bet I got clean sheets. I got clean towels. And I can tell you, welfare didn't buy that. Don't matter, motherfucker. It don't matter where my money come from. So what you want me to say? I'm a play with your ass because you a fool. What you want me to say? I sell cocaine for a living and make YouTube videos. That make you feel better? I'm a dope trafficker. And in my spare time, I make YouTube videos where I only get about 100 every other month on the YouTube videos. Are you satisfied? I'm the biggest dope dealer in Knoxville. I've been trafficking cocaine and fentanyl for a couple of years now. That's what you're hoping for. I'm not gonna waste my time on that more of this foolishness. I realize that there are a lot of miserable people out here. And frankly, Sissy Kathy Sissy, you are about as miserable as these old motherfuckers that worry about who's living in the building. You are that person. They are you. You have no life. You have no substance. You wake up every day worrying about what the fuck the motherfucker's doing across the street. You worry about who bought a new Mercedes, but they only work 10 hours a week at Dillard's or Chick-fil-A. You're somebody who don't have no goals, no gumption in life, and you've been a follower your whole life. You're the person that's mad because the girl next to you has pretty hair, straight hair, curly hair, pretty eyes, blue eyes. That ain't you. See, I know your kind. You're mad at the person that gets a promotion on their job. You're mad that somebody's able to go buy 2 pair of shoes from Rack Room. You're mad that somebody took a trip to Mexico, somebody took a trip to France. They didn't invite you, but they're showing all their pictures on Facebook. They had a great time. You're that person. You're a sore loser. You are what's wrong with the world. Worrying about shit that don't concern you. Sitting up, huffing and puffing, out of breath, trolling YouTube videos, worrying about absolutely nothing. This is my playhouse. I will talk about anything. If I want to sit up here right now and talk about the size of my drawers, I can. If I want to talk about my belly roll, I can. This is my house. This is my motherfucking playhouse. And it seems to me that on every of all platforms that I'm on, you all are the most miserable motherfuckers I've ever seen. And the only ones that fucking complain. Nobody comes on my Facebook page complaining. They don't come complaining on the IG news break. They ain't worried about a picture of a pillar. Only a stupid motherfucker over here is doing the complaining. Just you worthless. Now where was I? Today is a wonderful day. God is good. I want to thank God for this journey He has brought the Queen on at 55. I'm sitting in this wonderful, wonderful apartment that's clean. Ain't no rugrats running around. Ain't nobody laying in the floor drunk or high. I can go room to room and turn on a flat screen if I like. I can open and close the motherfucking refrigerator when I want. I can go run the water if I want. Yes, bitch, I can drink a beer out of there. I can drink some whiskey. I can drink some vodka. I can look out the window and got a whole motherfucking view. I can go outside and play in the dirt, rolling the motherfucker. How about that? I'm queen, bitch. I earned my name. Bitch, you go earn yours. As I was saying about this crazy story out of Indiana, Vinnie Politan is right. Everybody's gonna have their own opinion of who was right and who was wrong. And this is what I always say, and I have to teach myself this as well. You have to be careful of the response because your response can get you killed, can get you dead, can get you in a very terrible situation. And that's exactly what happened at this restaurant. This woman going in there, something wasn't right with her order. She's arguing with a 17-year-old. Then his boss or whomever comes around, another female, and there's still words exchanged. The white girl puts her hand on that black lady who's the customer, and all hell broke loose. And more than likely, as they always say, it's over something petty. Stupid and petty. A whole life gone. And as I said, I don't navigate like everybody. I'm not getting ready to go up in no restaurant acting no donkey's ass. I had an order not too long ago. I went on the strip, went to the McDonald's to try, something. I was hungry. I wanted a burger. So I tried the McArch. Okay, it wasn't to my liking. It was sloppily made. And thank God I pulled the bun apart to see this sloppy hamburger, to see that the meat was not cooked all the way. So I just went up to the counter and said, I'd like to have another hamburger. And the girl said, what's wrong with it? And I said, the meat is not done. You can check it. She didn't look really happy, but I think she knew better because I'd let her know. Any motherfucker want to get smart with me about my $12, hey, you can just give me my money back and we can call it even. I ain't going to sit up here and argue with you about mine. And that's the point. My money can spend anywhere. Did somebody hear that? My broke ass had enough money to buy a $12 meal at McDonald's. Come on, Queen Preach. I'm not going to argue with nobody about nothing. Just like me sitting up here addressing a fucking clown. Every blue moon, I have to do this. I don't have to. I choose to. But somebody needs a check. And I'm here to check a bitch. Obviously, you want to be checked. That's why you put the comment down there. Ain't no respect. You know I'm going to talk junk. They want it, I give it to you. But the point I'm trying to make is, I didn't go up in the McDonald's showing out. I got my food. Hell yeah, it took forever. Sit at the table, open it up. It wasn't to my liking. I told them it wasn't done, and I waited, got my food, and kept it moving. Will I go back there to eat? Probably not. That's the end of the story. I ain't got to tear the club up about no motherfucking hamburger. And I said to myself at that counter, that bitch better not move. Don't even come for me talking crazy. But see, Queen know how to treat fools. See, don't get it twisted about how you hear me talking junk up here. Because let me tell you something, baby. When I'm in them streets, I'm proper dope. I stood like a lady at that counter. I let her know what time of day it was. And I was a lady the entire time. And when the other person came and brought me this, I talked to you with respect. Thank you. I appreciate it. Have a nice day. It's okay. Nobody ever say, oh my gosh, she got upset over a hamburger. Even though in the end, you were in the wrong, the person that made the burger. You just threw the shit together and then the motherfucker wasn't even done. The average person probably would have showed the fuck out of that. Hell, one black guy, he took just fries back because they were cold. So y'all just giving us anything for the almighty dollar. But see, that's my point, is that everybody is different. Somebody else would have flipped out over cold fries. Somebody else would have flipped out over a hamburger that was raw. See, you can't give the enemy what he wants. Because that's what he wants. He wants you to go in there and act a motherfucking fool. No, I knew better. Got my burger, checked it again, ate my food, walked out of there, and said, that's the last time I will spend money at that McDonald's. In the conversation. When you to the point where you don't want to cook the burger, you let me know you don't want to be at your job. For all I know, it's done deliberately. How the fuck you don't know how to cook a hamburger patty? The hamburger cooks itself. But see, this is what's out here. Lifelessness. Lifeless souls, mad at the world, don't give a fuck. Half doing shit, don't give a fuck. You call them out, they want to get crunk, talk crazy. Because you know you got somebody back there probably talking crazy about the hamburger. Motherfucker, who you mad at? You the one cooked it. I wish somebody would have said something crazy to me. That'd been the day, oh my God, I would have been on the news. Who the fuck you talking crazy to about a burger you cooked? You obviously didn't want me to eat up a cooked burger. What? I mean, come on. We gonna argue about it? Ain't nothing to argue about. It wasn't done. That's what I'm trying to tell you. I ain't about to give these fools what they want. I'm not gonna argue with you about nothing. Cook the burger again. In the store. Oh, she was so mad, honey, she threw everything in the garbage. Fuck you mad about? You ain't the one that was trying to eat a hamburger. So see, God got us out here to prepare us for this type of foolishness out here. Stupid people who act stupid for no reason. They're gonna say anything, they're gonna do anything. They're gonna try to get under your skin, they're gonna try to work you. Honey, I've had many people try to walk me down, and I'm still here. I'm still motherfucking standing. It's just like with this car situation. That ain't nothing but the devil's work, me trying to get a car, having issues, you know. And I already told the people, I talked to 50,000 people the past week about a fucking car. I let them know. Well, I'll probably wait. I'll wait till the end of summer when I got all what I'm going to have and I'm going straight cash. I'm not getting ready to owe nobody a note. Fuck it. That's my choice. Did you hear that, Sissy Kathy? This broke bitch gonna pay cash for a car. I'm not getting ready to wrangle with a car note. You know what I'm saying? Be arguing with folks about a note, this and that. I'd rather just buy what I want to the best of my ability and what I can afford. That's right, straight like that. That's why I said God has blessed me. He has put me in a wonderful place physically and mentally, financially. So therefore, I ain't worried about nothing. I have turned it over with lots of things. This channel, stupid commenters, stupid neighbors, and stupid people I've met on my journey. And what they don't know is I don't give a fuck. I'll treat your ass with a long handled spoon. And I advise some of you to do the same. Don't get the devil what he wants. He want to get y'all riled up and get you upset. That's his job. And see, this is the thing that people don't understand about the devil. The devil don't get paid nothing. He's working for free. So all these little people out here that he uses to do, you know what I'm saying, stupid shit, they working for free too. Did you hear that, Sissy Kathy? You're working for free. Don't let the devil use you, honey, because he don't pay nothing. What's new out there, everybody? Before I check out of here, 1 hour and 19 minutes into this live. Welcome to the Vault Excel. Follow me, IG, YouTube, news break. What's new in the city? That's all, minions, of course. Stupid minions. As I said, that one case kind of bothered me listening to that today. Vinny Politan. God, I was glad to see Vinny Politan since all this mess with Court TV. I don't really know what all the going on with Court TV. I haven't dug into it. I mean, I can tell there's something going on, but I don't know the gist of what's going on with Court TV. So I was glad to see this commentary from Vinnie Politan today. But it's a sad case nonetheless because this is the very reason why we have people who are incarcerated, people who are dead. It's because somebody took it too far. So all I'm going to tell you is beware of your temperament when you are in public. Know that you don't have to show out, wow out, be seen, do shit to get attention because you could end up dead or you could end up facing charges for homicide, manslaughter, all because you want to be a hothead. It's not worth it. No way is it worth it. Now, I had put up a poll about this Carruthers guy who was supposed to be executed. Oh, I can't get away from true crime for nothing. And he was convicted of murdering 3 people. So they were trying to put him down, but something happened to where something about a vein, or they couldn't find a vein or something. That's wicked. This is the first time I have ever heard this pertaining to an execution. Very, very peculiar. So should they try again? Because that's the latest developments. They're trying to they're gonna put it on hold, the execution, but I'm assuming they're gonna try again. What a crazy, crazy story. It's just something you just don't ever hear a person not being executed because of not finding a vein or something. I've never heard anything like that so crazy. Yeah, it's taking its time. Hold on, everybody. I don't know what's wrong with this thing. I'm gonna have to restart. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever heard of a person something medically going wrong with the execution. To my knowledge, if I try to think back, just very rare. What's going on, Lisa? Hold on, everybody. I'm trying to. Oh, this other device is so slow. I don't see any improvement with this Nancy Gray stuff. I mean, Nancy Guthrie stuff. It's almost like, what is the point of saying anything, talking about that either? It ain't going no damn where. Oh, Lord have mercy. Ooh, it's slow. I'm gonna try to pull up something, y'all. Hold on a minute. Okay, about enough of this. Lord, won't let me type. I found this new channel called British Homes Hub. I am thoroughly enjoying the content. All right, this is ABC2 News pertaining to Tony Carruthers, however you pronounce his name. Yes, go ahead. This is some weird stuff going on here.
Walks out of the execution chamber and receives a 1-year stay from the governor. The state called off Tony Carruthers' execution in the final moments after there were issues inserting his IV. Now the state's death penalty system is facing fresh questions. News 2's Kelly Milan reports. That's never happened here in the modern era of the death penalty. Tony Carruthers walked out of the execution chamber today after hours of a torturous experience, to say the least. That's unprecedented in Tennessee. Delois Sanderson was 43 years old. Marcelo Sanderson was 21. Frederick Tucker was just 17. And for 32 years, their names have sat inside Tennessee courtrooms, execution filings, appeals, and headlines tied to one man, Tony Carruthers. Thursday, Tennessee planned to execute him. Instead, the execution stopped in its final moments. Governor Bill Lee granted Carruthers a one-time reprieve after the state encountered problems establishing IV access during the execution process. They spent an hour and a half poking needles into all the various parts of his body, drawing blood in a failed attempt to execute him. And now somebody is contemplating doing that all over again. I mean, I think a totally normal person would say, sounds like cruel and unusual to me. The Carruthers case has followed Tennessee through decades of changing execution protocols and growing scrutiny surrounding lethal injection. In 2022, Governor Lee halted the execution of Oscar Smith after the state admitted it failed to properly test lethal injection drugs according to protocol. The state paused executions altogether and launched an independent review. After 3 years, the state resumed executions last year. Since then, Tennessee has executed 3 inmates. Carruthers would have been the 4th. The public should have zero confidence in the new protocol because the things that were highlighted about testing, about training, about so many things are not addressed. Of the victims, Thursday morning was never going to restore what was taken. Frederick Tucker was just 17 years old when he was killed. His father told me over the phone Thursday night, "I forgive Tony Carruthers for killing my son Frederick, and may God have mercy on his soul when they do get him." Bob and Haley.
Okay, that's WKRN TV, everybody that's here in Tennessee. This dilemma. I don't know what I just listened to. This is very strange. Somebody can explain this better. 'Cause I don't understand. Let's hear what this lady has to say here. This is a former Memphis journalist covering the trial. He unalived 3 people in 1994 on Thursday, May 2021. I need to get more information about these people.
Again, we are now going to take a deeper dive, not into just what's happening today, but the history and the story behind this. And I'm going to do that with somebody who covered it extensively and in a way that nobody else covered. I probably don't even need to say your name. You're just a Memphis legend. But let's introduce Miss Janice Broach here to join us today. Janice, thank you for taking the time.
Oh, I'm happy to do it.
Let's talk a little bit about the developments that we're hearing right now. I heard you while Ezekiel was telling that you could almost hear the shock in your voice.
It is shocking. I don't know that this has ever happened. If you get something at the last minute, it's usually the governor saying, "Okay, you get a stay." Tony Carruthers, from the minute he went behind time bars on death row has been filing legal documents after legal documents. I mean, pages this thick. He would send those to me too. And so I don't know who's behind this, but this is pretty remarkable.
Now, you've covered executions before?
3 executions.
Yeah. Have you ever seen anything like this where they can't get the needle in, and that causes a delay and potentially a stay?
No, I have never seen that. I can't imagine why they could not get the needle in. It makes you wonder.
It makes you wonder. Before I let her finish that, I'm going to say what I wonder. Could it be the person did not want to execute Mr. Tony? Because, it has been said pertaining to the person that pulls the plug, the gas, however you want to word it, whichever, method they use, that the person was always anonymous. Nobody ever knew who the person is. So we have to ask this person, is this a male or a female? What is his or her qualifications? Are they a doctor, a registered nurse? Who is this person? Because this is bizarre. You can't find a vein. Now, the only reason you can't find a vein is because the person is dehydrated. So was he dehydrated? Hadn't had enough water? Lord have mercy. Can't believe I'm saying this. Did Mr. Tony not have enough water? That's why this person couldn't find a vein. Was this the only person administering this drug? It's very, very odd. So now he gets to stay from our governor for 1 year. Well, as this one guy said, this would be deemed cruel and unusual punishment, because you got to remember how many times he had to been stuck with the needle in order to find the vein. Shut your mouth. And I'm sure it did not feel good. Oh, if this get up off of me. How many times y'all gonna keep trying to stick me? And then you got to remember he's strapped down, so he can't even jump up. Lord have mercy.
Who are they using to do that? Some people don't want to be part of executions. As a matter of fact, the first 2 executions that I witnessed, one in 2006, Sedley Alley, one in 2007, Philip Workman, it was lethal injection. It didn't look like very much. That's generally what executions look like. I did in 2019, Donnie Edward Johnson. That was when the drug company said, no, we don't want you to use our drugs to kill people. And so they made up their own concoction. And Donnie Edward Johnson's death was very different from the other 2. It didn't appear to be very pleasant.
Oh yeah.
Oh, Lord.
So let's get back to this case in particular.
And we're going to talk about that briefly, the unpleasantness, if you don't understand what that means. The person is basically suffocating. That is what these drugs are doing. I believe paralyzation and then suffocation. So I can't imagine watching someone gurgle and do all that tied, strapped down, because you already know what it's like to just lie flat and lose your breath in your sleep. You wake up choking. It's uncomfortable. I want you to think about it now. Lying flat, even in your own bed, you can get up and try to, gasp for air. Well, he can't get up and gasp. The guy who was struggling, this guy she was talking about. So you're lying flat back, which is the most uncomfortable and scary way to go. Lying flat back, strapped down, can't get up, can't move. So no matter what's being done to you, you can't fight back. But then the flip side is somebody's going to say, I don't care, who cares? Look what she did. Life's a bee. Karma came home. Yes, very true. Very true. Hold on 1 minute. Somebody replied something. Hold on. Oh, this is somebody comment. Thank you. So thank you, Dark Side of the Moon. I am live. Are you all getting notifications of me going live? Um, Everybody's entitled to their opinion about the death penalty. Some people are for it, some people are not. Even some family members of the victims, they don't condone uh, putting a person to death. Because I guess some people look at it as, I want you to suffer while breathing and alive. Although you took my loved one, I want you to sit up in the jail every day, the prison, and see what you've done and realize you're never getting out. You're never getting freedom. You're never getting ready to go be with your kids, your family, have sex, have a life, travel. You get to sit in a hole. But see, what people don't understand about the hole is that these people somehow make provisions in their mind that this is where I'm going to be, this is where I'm going to die. So they make the best of it. See, everything is about perception. You think, well, they're suffering in there being alive. Are they? Because they're still living. They get access to TVs and toiletries and different things, books, magazines, visits, conjugal visits. May not be as much suffering as you think. It's just they can't go outside, can't run, can't drive a car, can't go to the movies. You see where I'm going. But they get to go out and get fresh air on the yard. See, everything's about perception.
And it's a case you covered extensively to the point where Tony Carruthers would send you letters, as you mentioned, and information via the mail. What have you learned over the years of covering this story?
Well, Tony Carruthers is actually a very interesting person. He's always said that he didn't do it, but there was someone who was related to some of the people who were arrested who said he did do it and he was there. There didn't appear to be anything that put him there that the investigators could say, okay, this is here and this means you did it.
Yeah.
So he has always said that he didn't do it. He hasn't stopped. One of his attorneys said that actually he's very intelligent, one of the more intelligent people that he has had. However, Tony Carruthers had maybe 6 attorneys that were court appointed. He didn't have to pay for them.
So what's Tony there? And in order for you to know that Tony was there, that means you had to be there. Say, whoa. Because I think another guy who was involved saying he didn't do it. So maybe this person is saying, well, I'm already down for the count. Let's let the other one at least go free and have some sort of life. Even though, yeah, I know he's guilty. We were all in it together, blah, blah, blah. I don't really know. This is some weird SHIT here. Tony, did you unalive those 3 people? What was it about? Was it drug related? Something I heard about a boss? What in the world happened? I'm going to play this and I'm going to go get my other device so I can bring you the backdrop of these allegations against him. But he was found guilty, so you either believe it or you don't.
That he got rid of. And then he defended himself, which is not an indication of being a very smart person, because attorneys will say, do not defend yourself.
Ever.
He was convicted. But the case is kind of astonishing anyway, because of the crime. I mean, it's diabolical.
For sure.
I mean, murder is terrible, but this one had to be planned out.
Well, and so I think there's a lot of, as we've been recovering this story because of the execution, scheduled execution. I would say none of us have had a chance to go in depth about the crime itself. We've just mentioned 3 people were murdered and their names, and they were found in a gravesite, basically. But the details of the actual crime, I don't know that anybody's had a chance to really go into. So could you do some of that?
Yes. And the details of the crime indicate that it had to be pre-planned because you had to know about a burial that was going to happen at Rose Hill Cemetery. But according to prosecutors, Tony Carruthers and Montgomery, they wanted to become big drug dealers in the neighborhood. They went to a house where there was a man who was a supposed drug dealer. His friend was there and his mother. And they took them to Rose Hill Cemetery. 2 were shot, 1 was strangled. There was a burial that was supposed to happen the next day. They knew about that. And so they threw them in the hole that was already dug. And actually, unfortunately, according to the medical examiner, the mother was not dead. And so she died from asphyxiation and possibly her injuries as well. So they put dirt over those 3 bodies that they put in the hole. The people come the next day. Looks like it's the hole we dug, and they bury the person who was supposed to be buried there. So you had to plan that out.
Yeah.
You had to know what was going to happen to do that.
I wonder, did you ever find out how the police found out that they were in that burial site?
Yes, one of the relatives of one of the people who were there when it happened told police. Now, I don't know. It has not been revealed. Did that person go to the police? Did the police suspect something and go to that person? But that's how they found out. Because otherwise,
how would you know?
You would never know.
Yeah. And so throughout the course of this case, then after he gets convicted, let's go through he represents himself, gets convicted. Then he starts a dialogue with you pretty heavily at that point, I'm guessing?
Yeah, well, in sending information because he wanted to be exonerated. He wanted to say, he said, I didn't do it. And these are the documents that I'm filing and prove it. And at one point I did go to Brushing Mountain, which is closed now. But that's where he's being held on death row. And I interviewed him. And he said, look, I didn't do it. I said, well, these were really pretty gruesome murders. And he said, they were, but I wasn't there. So he's always said that he was not. There's been this testing that people, advocates want tested, saying that it would clear him, but the governor denied that. So at this point, you've got a very strange situation where they're saying they cannot find the vein.
Yeah. Today has been a strange turn of events. The execution scheduled at 10 a.m. We were waiting around 10 because traditionally when an execution is scheduled at 10, unless there's a state that gets announced, it happens pretty much on schedule.
Right. Yeah. Well, generally the executions were late. They were at night. And then you come out, and some people are picked to say what happened because you have the media as witnesses.
Yeah.
And this time it was in the morning, and we
hadn't heard anything.
No.
And then we got word after that 10 o'clock hour that the Supreme Court had denied the case. So it gets and then even closer as we were getting ready to go on air, we did get this emergency stay of execution from his attorneys. So there have been a few developments this morning that have happened that lead us all to wonder what's going to happen.
I'm looking for a man in finance, the trust fund. 6'5", blue eyes. Finance, trust fund. 6'5", blue eyes.
Hi, I'm Richard T. Today I'm letting you know about Carrera Treatment, Wellness, and Spa. Carrera offers a haven of discretion and premier care for individuals who appreciate the finer things in life.
Oh, Lord.
Whether for themselves
Marshals.
or for someone they hold dear.
Happen next.
I'm wondering, and I don't know, has this ever happened in this manner anywhere in the U.S.? I mean, every state, some states have state executions, and some states don't.
Yeah.
So it would be interesting to see if this has ever happened. But I just had this feeling that, and of course, Tony can't control his veins.
No.
But I was like, Tony's going to do something. I don't know what, but he's going to do something. Yeah.
So, in your conversations with him, what was your impression of Tony Carruthers?
Well, you have to remember that no matter what a person has done, unless they're severely mentally ill and can't communicate in a particular way, that no matter what they've done, no matter how heinous, they're still human beings and they still act like human beings and have the same feelings and whatever that human beings have. He's a very personable guy. Now, I do remember at the time that he was arrested, there were reporters who were afraid of him, which, I mean, it's not like they let him run around when the reporters were there. But no, was a very personable guy. Said he didn't do it. Easy to talk with. Very articulate. And on death row for 3 incredibly hard.
Okay. I don't know how many of you have followed this case or just heard about this case with this execution, botched execution. Give me your opinion. Do you believe he unalived these people? Number one. Number two, he had knowledge of it. He was there, but didn't participate. This is all so creepy. Then the fact these reporters were afraid of him. Why? Did you thought he was a gangster or something? Make it make sense. He's personable. Well, a lot of killers are. Sociopaths, psychopaths, they are personable. They can talk, they can gab, they're smart, they're articulate. That has been said about many unalivers, sadists. That's how they were able to get to their victims, especially when there are multiple victims. Don't you think you have to be a little bit personable to get next to somebody? Of course. Of course. Until your true side is shown. Did he unalive these 3 people? And I'm assuming the one that was strangled, that's a terrible way to go as well. What's the truth? Hold on, everybody. This girl keeps sending messages. Okay, sorry about that. Did he unalive these people?
Horrible murders.
Have you spoken to his family much
No.
over the years? So
No.
it's really just been
It was just been him.
And then when he would send you documentation and you would go through it, was your impression that he had potentially a case for a stay or retrial?
Well, man, why didn't you talk to the other people? You just want to get the inside of a known killer, suspected killer. Why didn't you want to interview the victims' families? I'm curious to know. Why not? Because what is the point of being a reporter and only getting one side of the story? You're getting the side of the person who was convicted of the homicides, but you didn't want to hear from the family. You don't want to hear what they think, what they thought, if they believe him, believe that he did it, didn't do it. Very interesting.
When you would see it, sometimes you could feel like a desperate plea, right? Or sometimes it feels like, hey, this is a solid argument.
Well, throughout a lot of it, I'm not quite sure if the DNA had popped up, and they did. You have to have like testing today, which is much better than testing whenever. So you never know with death row. I mean, a lot of times when you get mixed up in the justice system, even if you didn't do it, it's hard to get out.
Yes.
So I really did not know if he did. I do know that he tried very hard. You have access to books, all kinds of things when you are in prison and when you're on death row. So he's probably an expert on all of this.
We're about to go till he said that we're going to do
All right,
57
commercial.
of the plea for complete.
Lord, can you stop this commercial? Okay, so I don't know. I'm thinking the person who was administering the needle, they didn't want to do it. I don't think I can find. Now, I'm not here to say he didn't have a vein issue. Because, like I said, you've got to be hydrated to find a vein. Many of you who've gotten shots, not shots, but blood drawn, they have to find a vein in order to draw the blood. So I find it very interesting. Whoever was doing this procedure couldn't find a vein. Some people might say, well, maybe he got a hold of the person. He found out who's going to be the person drawing the blood, but he doesn't have any money. He doesn't have any wealth to pay the person off. Just throwing that out there. I'm sure there'll be some conspiracy theories pertaining to what was going on with his veins. You come in peace. Well, Kathy, now that you come in my chat, why are you here? We were talking about death row, execution. So you breaking up the momentum. Why are you in my chat? Lisa, you're speaking to the person who has so much to say about the Queen. She knows everything about Angela. She told me I need to get a job. I need to get off assistance. Go get me a job. Go live around young people. Although I'm almost 60, but I should go live around young people. Okay. You're a subscriber. You're a subscriber, but you were telling me to go get a job. Was that not you, or we're speaking to somebody else? See, the fact that you came in the chat saying I come in peace means you must be the person I was speaking of in my live stream. You want us to be seen. You want us to be noticed. That's why you put that comment under my video. She's not that old, Kathy. It doesn't fucking matter how old she is. She's not old. See, this is what happens when you don't listen. You want to come up on the screen because I think you want to be seen. You want to come upstairs with the Queen? Let me tell you something. Let me tell. No, don't tell me you're sorry, because you want to now come in my chat and say you're coming in peace when you said ugly shit about me when you don't even fucking know me. Now you want to say, oh, because she's old. I'm older. Isn't that what you said in the comment? We'll go find you somewhere to live where they're younger people. Those were your words, remember? We'll go find you somewhere to live where there are older people, younger people. But yet I'm older. So make up your mind. Which is it? I'm young, I'm old. You're not sorry. You do what a lot of people do. You speak on things you don't know nothing about. You want to say I was cruel for what I said to an older person when I'm older. So which is it? That woman's only several years older than me. She's not 80 or 90. She's not even 70. She's like early 60s from my recollection. It don't matter how old she is. It's principle. She didn't have no business saying anything. And then I have dealt with the woman. So see, you're not making any sense. And then the thing is, no matter what was said in the elevator, what does that have to do with the fact she's been in my company, I've been in hers, and then you come in and put your 2 cents in and say, I need to go get a job. I need to get out of assistance and go live with some younger people. Wow. But you're sorry. Yeah, I get the motherfucker up, man. You people are tripping. Now I'm gonna try to make excuses now. After you done talked about me like a dog, but now you wanna come in the chat and say you're sorry and I'm a subscriber. That don't even make no sense. You people. Lord have mercy. God. Pray for the children. No, I'm gonna let her come up here. I guess she'll try to come up here, try to make a fool out of Angela. This is the type of drama that people like. Stupid nonsense. People watching. Oh, Queen's upset. She's gotten herself all riled up. No, I'm good. I invite people to give their opinion, but you don't talk about people in a derogatory manner, because what I had to say, that's my perception. I have every right to have privacy and live cohesively in this building like anybody else. Okay? And I think any of my other neighbors would be just as offensive if every time they saw me, I had something personal to keep saying to them and asking them. They would be offended as well. So the age don't got nothing to do with it. I'm saying, yes, there are a lot of older people in the building, but there are young people here. See, that's what you don't understand. You didn't listen to the video, obviously, because there are younger people who live in this apartment building. But this is what happens when you play the know-it-all game. You don't know what you're talking about. Nobody should be asking anybody about being new, because more than likely a person has heard it at least 50, 60 times since they signed their lease. A person's going to get tired of saying, yeah, I'm new. Nobody wants to keep hearing that. One second, everybody. But I'm trying to figure out what's the problem. What does her being older have to do with the ugly shit you said to me? The ugly shit you said about me. that I need to go get a job. Help me understand that. No, I keep it real. You want to come on somebody's channel, talk bad about them, then the person talks about it in their video, and then the next video you want to come in the live stream saying I come in peace. You didn't come in peace when you talked about me under my own damn video. I mean, make it make sense. That don't even make no sense. Then you're gonna say, oh well, I just said that because the way you talked to the old lady. Matter of fact, I didn't say nothing to her. See, this is why I know you don't listen. All I asked her was why. And then she said, oh, well, I have never seen you before. And I walked out the elevator. You can hit the link. But I think you're backtracking right now. You're backtracking because you know you're out of pocket and you're out of line for what the fuck you said to me. You said about me. Because there was really no conversation with the lady in the elevator. I don't have to be respectful to you. Yeah, I said rude when I got off the elevator because it was rude. I sure did. It was rude. The lady has been around me before. Have you missed anything? Did you even watch the video? Did you listen to the video? Obviously, you didn't listen. You take, because you do what other people do. You take what you want from the video. I was just around this lady weeks ago. Why the fuck am I having to explain this to you? I didn't have to share this with you all. That was my stupid ass for sharing it. I didn't know I was going to get talked about like a fucking dog under my own fucking video because I'm tired of answering the same question to people and I've been here 6 months. So fuck Angela. And now you want to sit here and backtrack and say, I need to be respectful to the subscribers. No, motherfucker, I don't have to be respectful to no motherfucking body. You're the motherfucking one left the comment. You got a lot of fucking nerve. You're going to leave a mangy ass comment under somebody's fucking video. And then now you want to come in the next video and tell them they need to be respectful to their subscribers. What the fuck are you talking about? You're not even making any sense. The story wasn't about you. The video was about here. I didn't know that you were my neighbor. Maybe I should go bang on everybody's door and see if I can find you. With us? No, with you. The problem is you. The problem isn't with none of the people in the chat. They ain't but 3 people that's commenting. What the fuck are you talking about? No, you are the problem. There's no problem. Don't drag the rest of the people viewing into your bullshit. You started this. I'm going to finish it. I'm going to finish it. You put the comment on the video because you want it to be seen. Now you want to backtrack and say, oh, I only said that because of the way you talk to the old lady. I can say what the fuck I want to say. I pay bills like every fucking body else in this motherfucking building. And that woman has been around me before. So you sound stupid saying, oh, you're being rude to her. No, she's being rude. She's asking a stupid question to somebody that she has met already. I don't owe you no explanation. I don't owe you shit, and I don't owe nobody else shit. You started this. And now you want to come here and say, oh, somebody's being mean. Oh, you need to talk to your subscribers better. No, honey. My other subscribers, they're not worried about my personal life and how I'm living. You're the only one that seems to be concerned. You're the one that made the derogatory comment. I did not. You had no right to say the shit you said, telling me I need to go get a fucking job and I need to get off of assistance. You don't even know me. You don't know nothing about me. You don't even know where the fuck I live. You don't know shit. Oh, I should continue to live? Oh, well, ain't this a bitch?
What's up, Queen? How you doing? Crazy. You too good
No,
of a. You
uh,
too good.
hold on a minute. No, I'm not. You didn't make no point. I'm intolerant of ignorance. That's what I'm intolerant of. Ignorance. Such as this conversation I'm having with you. You don't have a point. I just fucking said in the video, because see, you don't listen. There are younger people that live here, you idiot. Have I not said that in my videos? No perspective that other people live here besides older people.
Countless times. Countless times. And I, I personally think that people be in their feelings when they can't understand other people. See, the thing that was wrong with the world. I'll tell you two things that's wrong with the world: accountability and opinions. And opinions in the sense of you can't respect an opinion if it's not your own, and that's
Right.
not how you learn things. And the thing
Right.
that's so fascinating about you, Queen, that I really love is when you make your assessment about things. And I've been listening to you for a while. You always come from all angles, and there's something so infectious about how you do what you do in the true crime scene, if you want to call it that, because you do a multifaceted of things, and you do your I'll say assessments, reviews, yeah, very well, because you come at all angles. And what I will say, which I don't want to digress too much, but the Nancy Guthrie, when that started, you came from so many angles, and I'll be like, and even if, and I'm not saying this is how I feel, even if I don't like you, I respect you because you always come from these points. And I'm like, it's so good. And this is how I know your intellect is high, because you'll say this and I'll be like, hey, I didn't think about that. And that's what I love about you. But I came on to know how much of a light you are, to separate from one thing about me. And I know about trolls because I got a channel too. That doesn't matter. But I came in here just to kind of be like, you know what, F them, because you really do a service in this community. And it's crazy how somebody that has Twitter fingers to come and just trying to troll and divert everything to make it about them. And this is the main proponent about people and mental health, because you came in here, you wrote that comment, but you had so much time to think, because people don't understand, when you write a comment, you're looking at that and then you send it. So it's like, you thought about that, because if you don't proofread anything you don't write and there's typos, then something's wrong with you. But you sat there and
there wasn't no typos.
right. And then you didn't come to the link. If you felt the way truly about Queen, why didn't you come and talk about it? Were you afraid? And people need to understand why the Queen is the way she is. She's had a tough journey. She's been through a lot. So that's how I know you ain't been on this channel too long. We all got a journey. We all have a journey. And it's not to negate the fact that anything, but if you would understand.
First of all, Kathy, you are the epitome of ignorance. You have heard nothing that has been said on this live and the live from the other day. You're sitting here talking about I chose to live in an elderly community. You don't know nothing about what the fuck you're talking about. You are steadily repeating and beating a dead fucking horse. Think about what you just posted. The lady gave her a ride to Walmart. Well, if she gave me a ride to Walmart, why the fuck is she asking me who I am?
And
I want everybody to think about that comment.
how can you
You
speak on
just
something
you just
that ain't
you just posted the comment, and now you still sound like a fucking fool. If she just gave me a ride to Walmart, then why is she asking me who the fuck I am?
how can you
This is why I know you don't listen. You don't fucking listen to what was said in the live. You are taking what you want from the live and blowing it up to your advantage. But you're not making no sense.
and how can you speak on somebody else's experience? You ain't the queen. Like you don't live what she's lived through and gone through. So how could you even speak? Anything that you speak is only matter of opinion. So
Yeah, and I'm intolerant to elderly, but yet I'm considered elderly. I can
like
talk about the fuck I want to talk about.
that's a fact.
I can talk about whoever I want to talk about. You're sitting here in my chat telling me how to fucking think. You don't tell me how to fucking think. What the fuck do I look like explaining myself to a person that I have been in their company? You can think how the fuck you want to think. I don't care. Matter of fact, bitch, unsubscribe. That's what you fucking do. Nobody tells me how to think. You ain't gonna sit here and tell me right now if you were out here in the street and somebody bumped into you and asked you who the fuck you were and what you doing here, and you was just talking to them a few days ago, you wouldn't tell me you'd be looking at them like they're fucking crazy.
She said you only 55. What are you basing age off of? Because somebody that's 55, if they're immobile, they can still
Well, Kathy knows everything. Kathy knows everything.
apparently.
Kathy don't even know if right now I'm in a wheelchair. This is how stupid she is because she's a dodo bird. Because she knows everything.
And she only seen your head, don't know
My
nothing
head and
about you.
my breasts. That's it.
Some of y'all need to get off of social
Said
media.
that young people live in the building, and she's still repeating the same damn thing.
Not in your building, don't know who you are, don't know your name, don't know your last name, don't know what you
She don't know nothing.
nothing about nothing. But you got all this animosity. So that leads the
Tired
question.
old people. Da 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 da. But yet I'm
Right,
considered
right.
an older person.
That leads me to the question of, are you feeling the way? Not you, Queen, but her. For you to come and make these, because when I make assessments with people, and I'm not a therapist, I'm like, for you to say something so swift and abruptly, there's gotta be something wrong with you. Do you need a hug?
Yeah, she
That's
needs a hug. I
that's
don't
what it,
like that. I don't like the fact that you're talking about older people. That was wrong for you to say rude when I just talked to the fucking lady not even a month ago. Anybody listening to the story will say, well, this don't make no sense. Well, why is she questioning you when she's been around you?
some of y'all need thick skin. I ain't gonna lie, and some of y'all don't have nothing.
I don't owe no explanation to Kathy and nobody else. This is my story. This is my journey. Like it, don't listen. But you don't tell me how to fucking think and you don't tell me how to feel.
That's a fact.
That'd be no difference than right now. I go down to the landlord to pay my rent and they say, well, who are you? You don't live here. What's the difference?
Excuse me.
No, I'm being serious. Next week, when it's time to pay my rent, I go pay the rent and they say, well, I don't know you. Why are you giving us a money order? We've never seen you before. I don't care what nobody says. Elderly, old, young, if they were 25, I would still have shared the story. This shows you how slow and ignorant you are. I said, I'm tired of the people asking me the same fucking question. So if they were 32, 22, 55, 85, I would still feel the same way. You missed the whole point of the story.
Because you didn't agree with something that wasn't to your liking, which is crazy.
That's all.
We're not gonna always agree.
You want to make it all about the old people. I don't give a fuck about that. It's the constant asking me the same question over and over and over. No, bitch, you do better.
They say reading and listening is fundamental, huh?
You do better. You stay off of people's videos, commenting about them and saying nasty stuff about their income and how they're living. You ain't said nothing about that in the chat. I need to go get a job and I need to get off of assistance. Now you come in the chat trying to smooth it over like, well, I'm just saying you're intolerant of the elderly. But she ain't said nothing about the other nasty shit she said. That I need to go get a job. Well, like I told you, bitch, I'll meet you at the airport. How about that? You can pay all my finances. You can help me get this new truck I'm trying to buy. Like I said, you got $2,000 saved up. Bitch, you got $5,000, $6,000 saved up in the bank. So you're so concerned about how I'm living. It don't matter where I live. I'm gonna say what the fuck I want to say.
She got the right one today.
Yes, she got the right one. Cause she don't wanna own that what she said about me was it was wrong. It was foul.
Yeah, no, for real.
You want to try to put it all off on, oh, you're mistreating the elderly. Didn't nobody say nothing out of the way to that woman in that elevator. She the one opened up Pandora's box. I didn't even get to catch my breath as soon as the doors open. She's asking me a question as soon as the damn doors open. Who does that? And the woman that's been around me, yeah, she gave me a ride to the store. So you'll sound like a fool. Because who can forget a person in 3 or 4 weeks? You don't recognize me, just say you look familiar. But you ain't got to go all out. Oh, do you live here? Man, fuck that trick. Getting my damn blood pressure up over shit I have to live with and live around. You don't live here. You don't know nothing about nothing. You sit here go tell somebody, I'm a subscriber to your channel. I watch you, but then you're gonna put a dirty comment up about the person and don't know anything about them. That's some low life shit right there.
Throwing your rock and hiding your hand. That's what it sounds like.
That's some low down shit. And then want to come in the chat and try to act like it's about
nothing happened. Nothing happened.
She want to make it seem like somebody that did something wrong to the elderly. Ain't nobody done nothing to these people. I don't even talk to these motherfuckers. Don't deal with them. Don't go in their house, they don't come in mine. So you ain't making no sense about what the fuck you're saying. And there's people in here younger than me. So this is why I said, this is why you should have never said nothing, because you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This is not just an elderly community.
It really isn't.
No,
especially,
but I don't have to explain her or nobody else.
You're not wrong.
There are people in the building who are in their 30s, 20s.
That's the thing about this algorithm. It spreads. It's not, you know what I'm saying? It spreads.
And you just gonna go up in somebody's video, take what you want from the video, and then make it like you just said. all about her. She's acting like the story's about her.
She must feel a way about something because for you to say all that nasty stuff and then come
Yeah,
back on the chat. So
on the chat.
obviously in my head, you heard this whole lie because you waited to say something. So
Because she
what,
knew what she did wrong.
no, for real. But you didn't come up. You could have.
You don't go talk bad about nobody on their own channel on something you assume that you don't even have no correct information about. You talking about my character. You talking about me like I'm some motherfucking bum out here.
Like they know you. It'd be one thing if you knew me
Like
and
she
you
right,
spoke some
like she knew me.
right. Like you knew me and you spoke something of remnants of truth. But the fact that you're not coming from anywhere. You coming from what you feel, which is an opinion. And that's what's
But
wrong.
but 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 it's the wrong opinion because until you know me, until I talk to you and tell you what I got going on,
You can't say shit.
you can't say shit.
You can't say shit. But see, that's the thing. Because and people need to understand this as YouTubers. When we put our information on the line, how much of a detriment it is. And you always say this, be careful what you put online. See, this is how I know. This is how I
Exactly.
know people don't listen to what you be saying. And I'll be really in there. I'll be like locked in. I'll be like, yeah, she right. You say, be careful of your faculties. This isn't something that you've said over one or two videos. I've heard this
I've
countless
had to
times.
don't share, don't share. That's why I had somebody tell me years ago, don't tell them people in the chat shit about your life. Don't tell them nothing about your personal life, what you went through, because they're not gonna do nothing but use it and turn it.
And yep,
I
spit it
haven't
right
told this
back in your
witch.
face.
I ain't told this witch shit. All I said is I'm sick of the elderly people asking questions. It don't really matter if they were elderly, if they were young.
Mm-hmm.
I just spoke on who had addressed me. If it was a 20-year-old, 30-year-old, I would have said that. But you don't tell me where the fuck I need to go move to, that I need to move and go find somewhere else to live. I need to go get a job. I need to go get off of assistance.
Basing
Okay,
that,
now you done took it to a whole new level. This ain't got nothing to do with no elderly.
but you see how she based that off of one situation.
One situation.
It's just like, oh, okay, because I say this now, I'm so sad. I don't want to be here. Like, did everything just
Yeah,
fly over your head?
I'm a bum. I'm a bum. I don't work. I'm on assistance. I need to go find somewhere else to live. Okay. Then you gonna try to tell me get on with the lie. Like this a bitch. You came in my chat. I didn't invite
Seriously. Anyway, people don't understand being a YouTuber is it's a lot of work. Sometimes you
you.
gotta
Can't tell them nothing. You can't say nothing. You can't
no,
even get your own fucking opinion.
no, and people don't understand that. We
Care
we
what
we
the subject matter is about. You can't talk about yourself. You can't talk about the president. You can't talk about the governor. You can't talk about nothing.
if it ain't their opinion, it's like okay, and it's almost like damn if you do, damn if you don't.
Well, and that's what's going on. Well, I'm so rude and interrupted. I was trying to bring y'all some information about this death row guy
I heard about that.
coming
I'm
in.
with you.
Well, you should have came in peace on that video before you commented.
Before you hit sand,
Shouldn't have said nothing.
you could have kept that to yourself.
You kept it to yourself.
What's that saying? If you don't got nothing nice to say, don't say nothing at all.
Yeah, but see, the comment wasn't even about elderly people. Her comment was about Angela. You
Right,
understand what I'm saying? It was taking jabs at me. It had nothing to do with the
right,
elderly.
right.
It's
She
on
went
today. She coming alive. Now it's about the elderly.
and that's easy to do. It's not easy to think about what you're talking about. It's easy to come at the person who's sending the information. Oh, Oh, let me talk about her. And some of the trolls, some of you trolls be doing that because you want to be talked about the whole stream because that's what you need. That makes you feel better about yourself because of your low life.
And
And
that's why I
that's
say why we shouldn't, excuse me, talk about them because we're giving them what they want.
mhm. Correct. And that's why when I'm doing my channel, I don't even address it. But when the queen is doing this countless times, and you know as much as I know, when you a streamer, you hold a lot of stuff in sometimes. But then it's that one person that says that one little, because at the end of the day, we still human. We coming up on there, showing our face, spinning. Queen is on here consistently. I'm not even here consistently. And sometimes that shit is too much for me. I had somebody come in my video and say something. I said, you know what? You done ruined it for everybody. You come on here every day. People don't understand. You showing your face, whether you on here or not. You leaving yourself vulnerable to attacks,
Yeah,
but you're
that's it.
doing it for a greater service. And that's the thing that people don't understand about us YouTubers, that what we put out here online is very, very detriment to us. But because we have a bigger calling, whether that's this or that, just so we can send that stuff out. And Queen is not just on YouTube, she's on everything. So there's like, there's that time where you just like, bro, I need to decompress. And I had that a month ago. I said, this is too much because we on here every day. This is
Yeah,
time that we cannot get back. She didn't spend 2 hours and 26 minutes, but you will never hear nobody acknowledge that though.
no,
You want to
but
talk all that shit? Why don't you go and donate?
that's too hard to do. But yet, Kathy's the only one complaining about my finances and how I live. Nobody else is concerned but her.
Yeah, well, put something in the chat for Queen.
How she's really bothered by this elderly community. Oh, you're just 55? That's not old.
Yeah, that's your opinion. You know what I'm saying? Well, you must be older, or like I don't. What what's the premise of
This
your
is the point. But
saying that? I don't understand. But
and you know,
I
you read all the
go ahead.
comments. She the only one got something negative to say.
That'd be the
One
first
thing,
ones to.
and I'm getting ready to go wake up, go get my mother so she can listen to the live. So what would that tell you right there? Another person getting ready to go get their own mother to listen to what I'm saying. Because possibly she could relate and maybe the mother could relate. But not this dodo bird. She the only one got a problem with what Queen is dealing with in her apartment building. And I've dealt with all kind of crazy shit everywhere I've lived. But this one little thing I have to say about 50,000 people asking me the same motherfucking question every time they see me. This is bothering her. Oh, because I'm older.
Somebody must have hit a nerve.
I mean, she act like I cussed the woman out, pushed her down.
You say you might as well. You should have just done
Yeah,
it.
might as
Maybe.
well. Yeah, right. But you said the room get off the elevator.
Watch, you would have done it. It probably would have been less harmful.
You are man. Okay, so I'm going to read you all this. The planned execution of Tennessee death row inmate Tony Carruthers was abruptly halted Thursday after officials were unable to complete the lethal injection, marking a dramatic last minute reprieve in a case that has stirred controversy for decades. Carruthers, 57, was set to be executed at Riverbend Maximum Security Institution in Nashville when the execution team struggled for more than an hour to establish intravenous access required to administer the lethal drug.
Hmm.
Medical personnel were able to place a primary IV line, but could not find a suitable vein for the mandatory backup line. According to the Tennessee Department of Correction, officials also attempted to insert a central line, an
Hmm.
alternative method used when peripheral veins cannot be accessed, but that effort failed as well. With no way to proceed under the state's execution protocol, the procedure was ultimately called off. Tennessee Governor Bill Lee has given Carruthers a 1 year sentence. Excuse me, jumped off. uh, is giving him a 1 year reprieve.
So
Hold on.
how'd they put the line in?
1 year reprieve after the ordeal. It says permitting Tony's execution to move forward without ordering DNA testing was already a profound injustice. Today, that injustice became outright barbaric after Mr. Carreras was subject to a botched execution attempt. Maria Deliberado, senior counsel at ACLU's Capital Punishment Project, and one of Carter's attorneys told Newsweek in a statement, "We are incredibly relieved Governor Lee issued a reprieve. We will fight to ensure that the state never again attempts to put Mr. Carruthers and his family through this torture. We will also continue to push the governor to use this moment to allow the forensic testing that should have happened long ago. Tennessee cannot continue torturing a man while refusing to answer serious questions about his innocence." And let's see what else it's got. It talks about it being a flurry of last minute legal challenges. In the days leading up to it, his attorney raised concerns safely using expired lethal injection drugs, asking officials to confirm the chemical's expiration dates. Those concerns were not fully addressed by the state, and defense lawyers warned that expired drugs could lead to a prolonged or painful death. The sequence of events has renewed scrutiny of lethal injection protocols in Tennessee and nationwide, where similar problems have halted executions in other states in recent years. Tennessee's botched attempt to execute covers today is the seventh failed lethal injection execution in the U.S.
Seven?
in less than 10 years. States have botched at least 64 executions 1982, says lawyer Dunham posted on X Thursday. One of the other failed attempts was of Romeo Broom in Ohio in 2009, Alvin Campbell in Ohio 2017, Joel Lee Ham, Alabama 2018, Alan Eugene Miller in Alabama 2022, Kenneth Eugene Smith in Alabama 2022, and Thomas Creech in Idaho 2024. Broom died of COVID-19 in 2020. Campbell died of natural causes in 2018. Ham died of complications from lymphoma in 2021. Miller and Smith were executed by nitrogen hypoxia in 24, and Creech is still alive on death row in Idaho.
Is the same person poking them? Like, how you not finding the veins? And then what leads me, because I recently just went to the doctor and they really couldn't find the vein because of my tattoo. So how many of these men that they're looking at have tattoos? Because sometimes it's so much
Well, you
ink.
also know you have to be hydrated in order to get
That's true.
a needle poked down in there in a vein.
So what are they giving them? And especially death row. I
Well,
don't
it's
think
interesting that they talk about expiration of drugs. That's a very interesting question. But it don't matter. The drug ain't got in yet. It's finding the vein. You got to find the vein first.
right. Why don't they do the little? Don't they got the little thing where they can see where the veins are? It's like this new like technology where you can see where the veins are if you look at the arm.
What are they
It's
using?
it's like a I don't want to say it's an X-ray for lack of a better word, but it's like this thing where it shows your arm and it highlights where your veins are on the arm.
Was it
So
like a?
if you, I don't know how to, I don't know how to explain it. Like, but it shows if your arm is out, right?
Mm-hmm.
Obviously, and it shows like through the almost like a black light, and it shows where your
You
veins
know
are
that's
at.
what they saying, honey. Wait a minute, that's too much work.
I guess
That's too
so.
much work.
And but you want to kill this. I mean, you want to unalive this person,
Mm.
but then you're not doing the proper steps. And then how many times? Seven people? How many people?
Oh, this is
And
this is talking about other people that
okay,
had bodies that couldn't get put down.
that is, I'm flabbergasted.
Okay,
I
let me
let the
ask you this.
I let the queen go off on that one.
Do you think he murdered the people?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
He there. I mean,
No,
obviously.
no, no. I'm asking Kathy.
Oh, I thought you were talking to me. Like, well, shit.
Kathy says that'll be the new mantra for this channel. Instead of
Hello.
Simon says, Kathy says, cut your arm off and see if it'll bleed. Kathy says if you jump off a building, you'll actually land on 2 feet. Kathy knows everything. You know, like little Mikey, you're a little bit younger than Queen. You remember
I
this
am.
commercial a long time ago with Mikey eating the cereal?
Is that the one that eats all the food?
Well, it was an old cereal commercial where they say Mike will eat anything.
Hmm. My brother, he's older than me. He's 40, 46. My mom used to call him Mikey because he ate everything, and he still does to this day. So,
She doesn't like old people, but yet she's always hanging around them and taking them places and doing stuff for them and feeding them and giving them food. She doesn't like old people,
Queen,
but
you
yet
too
she
good.
took care of old people most of her life. Oh my
Queen,
gosh, it's
Queen,
retribution.
Queen, you too good for this. Stop.
She
you did.
hates old people.
You already put her ass in a figurative casket. It's dead.
Right now, I'm stabbing myself. Can't you hear me? Bad girl, bad hostess, bad hostess.
Oh my God! Stop, Queen. I'm gonna cry, and I'm a little tipsy. You had a good tip.
Bad girl.
Can I side note real quick? You had a
But wait a
good
minute, what's
tips.
in that cup? That's why because you've been jingling that damn ice for a long.
Some Roscato wine.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
I thought about getting me something. I should have got up in the middle of all that.
No, because if they would have heard your tipsy side, oh, they wouldn't have been handling it. Kathy would have been.
That'd been something else to say. Oh my
Mhm.
God. And she's a bum and drunk on the line.
I love Queen when she was tipsy.
On the line.
That last stream you did was, oh man, it was
You know, my mouth
awesome.
horrible, that potty mouth. I said, oh my, I
And you
shouldn't have
think
heard that, but
they,
I apologize.
but still, they don't know you. But if they really think they know you, get into that live and you would have seen the real Queen. Not saying that you not that, but you would have definitely said some stuff. And the
Sue
crazy part
Marie
about it,
has commented on that live on this one, and she said, "Oh my God, the comments, the names that I was your one-liners, they're priceless. I will call you cuckoo bird, dodo bird, if that's how you act. You act like a cuckoo bird, I'm gonna call you a damn cuckoo. You act like a dodo bird, you a damn dodo bird. You
you
act
do
like you're 12 years old, you got a second grade education, that's how I'm gonna treat you.
you do so much good out here though. So it's like, and if nobody ever
That
gives you
one,
your
right, that one
flowers,
negative person means nothing. Because guess what? As I just said, refrigerator full. I got a few coins in my pocketbook. Why am I wasting my time talking about some irrelevant heifer? She's
sometimes you
irrelevant.
gotta let people know. You gotta let people know that just because I don't say something all the time, don't mean I won't. That's one of those
Exactly.
things.
And oh my gosh, guess what, Kathy? I'm getting ready to hang with an old lady in June. We're going to go see Summer Wells' house. You want to tag along with me and my little older elderly friend that I hate? I hate old people. Oh, oh my God. Can you believe that? I'm going to be hanging with an old lady in June.
Can I interject though? How is somebody so hateful, quote unquote, becomes at all aspects of size? So there's no way, because if you were just one-sided, you would just be like, this is what I feel. But you literally come from all sides. So it's like, damn, you can't really be that hateful if you really tackling this from all sides. From this perspective, this perspective, this perspective.
Tell Sue. Say, Sue, are you sure you want to come down? Old people. Sue's older.
Boy, I'll tell you. Social media, man. Yeah, I've been listening. I've been listening a long time too. Not as long as Lisa, but Queen put it out there, man. And I'm for a while I was just chilling. I was like when I was going on my hiatus in YouTube, I would still be in the chat, but I wouldn't say anything because sometimes you need to decompress. But Queen was always at it, and I was always in there. I'll stay in there.
Defend your friend when it comes to children.
Like people are just like, bro, we don't have to agree to everything. She's getting the information out there.
Sign that old lady I just gave my cups and bowls and towels to. Oh, you give me my stuff back?
This was a good stream. Shout out to Roscato. It's crazy. Hey, you do your thing, Quinn, for sure, and I appreciate you.
Yeah.
He sounded a little far away.
Did your feelings get hurt? He said I don't like old people.
Right. So I guess she older is what, and I don't know, man. I don't trust him. I don't trust him as far as I can throw him.
13.
You know what, Queen? I thought about something. It's no wonder that you ain't been a lawyer, cause your ass would be a good ass lawyer. The way you get the information, you like you are hard nosed, but it's in a way that's just like it's inspiring because you do your thing. You don't back down, and like take the time to get to know somebody before you start.
Well, people don't.
And that's the problem. And social media has made everybody so fucking.
Ignorant.
Mm-hmm. And it made it easy. Remember, it made it easy to say whatever you want on the chat. But what about what?
And say whatever you want.
Right. What about those real experiences? What about like even with dating? I'm single. What about what happened to? And let me get to know you,
We need to talk. Wait a minute, honey. Wait. What you mean you single? You were single when we last talked?
Queen. That's a topic for another
What's
discussion.
that happened, baby?
Oh, when okay, so we gonna divert because Queen with
Yeah, we
Queen
gonna
ass
divert. We go
with
look.
Queen.
We gonna get off that dirty monkey.
What Queen wants, the Queen gets. So
Off that dirty monkey.
so it's uh maybe I was broken too, but I'm a type of person where I try to learn from my mistakes really swiftly and abruptly. But she was broken and not in a bad way. It's just when someone feels like they can't add to you and the world, there's nothing I can do because so I mean, what can you do? And I'm the type of person, and I would say I loved her. It was brief, but sometimes, and maybe I don't think it's mean to be in.
Been apart.
Say it again.
You've been apart.
Okay, so
I mean, finally apart.
okay, so I'm gonna go back a little bit, right? So I had an ex-wife. I was with her for 15 years. So this new girl, I
Yeah, I'm on
barely.
the ex-wife part. I ain't on the new girl. Hell, you confusing me. Wait a damn minute. The ex-wife, what happened to her?
Oh, she moved. She moved to Texas.
Okay, when did she do that? See, I ain't talked to you. We ain't talked.
Yeah, you right. You right. So she moved last year. Oh, I'm gonna get another drink because it just for the queen. It finalized on the 13th. Oh, I'm so
Guess
happy.
what? Can you listen closely?
Yes, ma'am. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
I decided to join you.
You decided to join me. You
Yes.
better. I should. I ain't
Okay,
drinking
so
for.
all this, so you sitting here talking. I thought you would tell me about the wife. You done went on and left the wife, and now got a damn girl.
When somebody cheating on you, queen, what you supposed to do? Stay there and be stupid? Now, if one thing I know, me and you both, we both have discernment, correct?
Mm.
Okay. Like you say, shut your mouth. Checkmate, right? So, I mean, when someone cheats on
Y'all
you
stop trolling. Don't worry about how many subscribers I got.
enough, you know what, y'all kill me. Y'all do all that subscriber count, but you don't want to donate to the queen. Stop. Put your money where your mouth is.
That's probably her. She went and changed her name. She got blocked.
Anyway,
What they
go.
do when they get blocked, they go change their Google name, baby. You gonna get tired of changing that Google account name.
All right, queen, we got business to take care of. Go ahead, ask your question.
Okay, so you and the wife finally got divorced. What year?
Mhm. So it finalized this year on the 13th.
On the 13th. Oh my God! So you were messing around with that lady, the
Well,
girlfriend?
okay, so 2 years ago from now, she was already talking to people. I was still trying to make it work. So
Oh,
I didn't find out to the end of that 2 years that she was talking to somebody because she subtly put it in her TikTok. I'm not a TikTok person. I'm on the YouTube only because I'm old fashioned in that sense. I don't like to do all that
okay,
dipping and diving. Oh, because I feel a way, I gotta post it, and that's just not me. If I
right,
feel, I'm transparent. If I feel a way, I'm gonna tell you.
right.
So through that, her niece, her actual niece, is my niece too through marriage. She kind of hinted to me. She sent something to me. I was like, oh wow. And I looked at the name on top of her account. It was somebody she named. His name was Xavier, but she put X. So her name is Vanessa. I don't care. Her name was Vanessa. So she put V and X. And at first I didn't really think two and two together. So while she was doing her thing, at night I'm watching my son. So she's like, I don't have to worry about my son because you're here. And this is the time when work is getting slow. So I'm being that stay-at-home father. Shout out to all the moms that stay at home because that shit, when it happened to me, it made me understand. It made me
Okay,
understand. It made me understand what women go through. And
right.
I'm a type of man. I'm gonna speak on men business. I'm not gonna speak on women business. So if it got something to do with a woman, I'm gonna let a woman address that. But I digress. So through that, I found out. So I said, you know what? All I care about is my son, our son. Don't tell me anything about anything.
Right.
So through the course of that, she was already ready to go to Texas because of the opportunity, her family, quote unquote.
So they live there, and she has family that lives in Texas.
Yeah, but it was just a hedge line because the person she's with is more secure. He has a house, a beach house. She's
Okay.
more materialistic. She didn't have nothing when she was with me because she was
Okay.
still growing.
Well, let me ask you this: are you
Yes, ma'am.
happy that you are divorced, or you still miss her, or where are you emotionally? If I,
Hell yes, I'm happy. But
okay, okay.
but I'm happy as hell. I ain't gonna lie to you.
But there's a
But
but in there. You said a but.
no, no, no. But the but is sometimes you just want to make sure that you know what? This is what you lost. But you know, I know
I
that.
Yeah. Somebody told me that recently. They said, uh, uh, it was a few months ago, and the counselor, she was saying, uh, why did you finish blocking them on the other phone number site, whatever? I said, just so they can see that I ain't pining and whining, and she said, well, what difference do it make? If you've moved on, you've moved on. Block them on all avenues. And I understood what she was saying. That if when
Mhm.
you have fully moved on, you block them everywhere. You don't need
Right.
to leave one account or something open so they can see how you're doing.
It's just it's one of those things where you just like, and it's the pettiness in me.
Well,
You
we
just want to
all can
be.
be petty.
Go ahead.
We all can be petty.
For sure, and I'm king petty, but not to the degree of it. I'm king petty in certain instances. In this instance, I'm truly happy, and I can say that wholeheartedly. I promise. I'm not making, but it's one of those things where I just want her to see, you done fucked
I
up
know what you're
because
saying.
right.
Well, she
So,
probably will see that. She'll probably see it down the road
and
eventually.
and I'll be honest with you, I don't want that because it's just me being petty, and I can be sensible about it. It's just like, damn, I wanted to make this work, but look what happened. And the hardest part is sharing my son with a man I don't know. That's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
part,
yeah. I ain't worried about that. On that.
and that's the
So
hard
what
part.
was the downfall of the relationship?
What was the downfall? I think
Why it didn't work?
I'm a true man, and I'm gonna always be accountable for my actions. I was insecure. Honestly, I was really insecure. I would make it difficult. But just because I was insecure, and I will say I was the huge proponent to why things work, I wasn't the sole reason. So when you have somebody that doesn't communicate, that makes things a little bit more tough.
Yeah,
But
Rachel says pain will teach you things that love never will. Wow, damn, damn,
and
girl, damn.
the thing that I am happy about, and you can say it's crazy or not, I'm happy it went down because God showed me something that He was trying to break years
Yeah,
ago. And He
yeah,
gave me that strength to make me. And she just tripped a couple of she tripped on last week. And in my heart, I was just like, why can't we get to a place where we're good? That's
yeah.
what
That's hard.
that's
But that's the thing.
and
You can't change people, their mindset. Same
and
time.
you say
I mean,
you
that's the problem.
you say this all the time. And that's the true thing that I love about your show. Not to digress even more, but um
Yeah,
it's one of those things that I've learned from this relationship, being in it for 15 years, married for 2. When you're a
wait,
black
wait, wait, wait.
man,
Slow down. You dated that girl for 15 years? Oh, you must have met her when you were young, young, because you young.
young, yeah. And she lied about her age, so
Don't
there's
make no
that.
sense. But I'm hearing stories that the people will date for years, and then when they finally get married, they don't even stay together that long. Why is
Well,
that?
I think in this instance, and I'm speaking for myself, sorry, Queen, but I think when somebody hasn't had a life and you had a life before them, they want to experience that world. And
Well, I respect that now because I talk about that. That I don't agree with young people date seriously, and I definitely don't agree with young people marrying because how you think at 20, you won't be thinking maybe at 26, 27. You change, you evolve by your circumstances. So I don't agree with young people marrying for that very reason.
you know what's so crazy, Queen? The
Having
thing,
children too, I think you need to live a while.
and my son's 13. So,
Okay.
but the crazy part about it is, what these relationships now
I
and
thought you
in
said
the
that young.
future that is missing, they missing God. And I think that if you knew, even me, like I need to get back in my word. And I'm not the person that goes to church, but just because you don't go to church don't mean you can't still read about
No. The
God.
love of
So,
God, still read the Bible. We get it. That's expected that you go to church, but that's not what it's always about
oh
because
no.
there's foolishness even in the church.
Mhm. Oh, for sure. The devils be right there. Lined up. but you got
Look,
again,
pass it. Look, passing the collection plate.
you gotta have the discernment to know, and it's like you say, you gotta know your faculty. You gotta. I'm the type of person. Um, I'm very observant. I don't like to say this too much on lives because I don't need nobody knowing my steps before
Yeah,
me.
yeah.
But you gotta have that, and it's imperative. So it made me that this since this divorce was showed me about being alone, how
Yeah,
much
yeah.
peace it's in.
It,
And
yes, yes. Say that.
you think that, oh,
And
people be like, oh, it's so sad that you're alone. Child, you don't know how much
this.
I've learned from being alone, being able to bask in my thoughts.
You can get lonely sometimes. There's nothing wrong with that because you're human. But I don't care what
Right.
nobody says. I say it all the time. I love coming in and don't hear nothing. I ain't
Huh?
stepping over nothing. Ain't nobody need nothing. Ain't nobody calling my name. Soon as the door opens, soon as I crawl out of bed. Cause this situation, you got a kid. But I love the piece of it all. Oh my goodness. Love
And then
it.
and we like and you've said this before, and I've heard so many of your lives. We want somebody, but we don't want that somebody that doesn't meet our list because we've been through
That's right.
this pain. We've been through this tumultuous, whatever we went before now. So now we
Want
have
better.
that
You want better. That's the point. You want
exactly.
better
And
than
now,
what you had.
but you know better. Not before then you was like, oh, okay, I'm in it. Now that you have like discernment, now you have your thought process. I'm not gonna tolerate this. Just like me now. If I
But
mess
guess
with
what?
another,
But guess what? I have said this, what you're saying, and yet I'm still attracted the same type. You understand what I'm saying? I have knocked my brain. Remember all the times we talked about Mr. Professional, and then the one now who, oh my God, I don't even want to talk about that one. It's like I can go out here, be my full authentic self. It won't matter where I go. I will attract just what I'm trying to get the hell away from. It is the craziest thing.
do
I
you
don't have to know him. I have to know nothing about him. But once he starts talking, he starts spinning his story, and it's like, oh my God, are you serious?
do
Are
you
you
think
serious?
not to cut you off? Do you think that's God trying to test you on how you should handle it?
I don't know because I have said this to myself recently that of all the situations I have encountered the past couple of years, let's go back at least three or
Mhm.
4 years. They have all been similar creatures, although they walk different, look different, but they had that same, sneakiness, aloofness, don't want to be honest about something. So self-centeredness. It's just like, how in the world do you keep attracting these same type of creatures? Crazy as hell. It's just crazy.
Yeah,
And
and
I don't
that's
even have to really like them or really be like, oh God, you know what I'm saying? It's just qualities you're seeing, like, damn, he's just this one. Do they know each other? They got the same mom and dad. What the hell's going on?
and I think for me, I think I just learned my self worth through everything, and I know what like and the
What you
one
don't
thing,
want. That's what I'm trying to say. What you don't want. Know what you
yeah,
don't want.
and but I'm accountable. So it's like, okay, let's go into another situation. But I could look at the situation like, perspective. Are you ready for this situation? Are you doing it to mask how you feel it? And then that's when I gotta come to reality and be like, I'm a very accountable person. If I'm wrong and I'll say it. And it's just like, you just doing that because you feel a way about whatever. And now I'm letting God handle that. I don't want to go into something even
That's
something
what we're
happened.
supposed
Yes,
to do. Let him steer us. But a
right.
lot of times we do sometimes that there's people they have qualities that don't align with us, and yet we still continue to converse, and that's a dangerous thing. You do need to know when to say, okay, I can be forgiven and nonchalant only to a point, to a fault, but this really ain't my bag.
Correct. And sometimes it's I feel like God is so good because in my whole life, and I'm only 38, but I feel like
38. Woo, look, getting on up there.
everything that's transitioned to this point now, it was all a learning lesson. And I'm just like, let's just say, right, hypothetically speaking, you don't believe in Jesus, you don't believe in God, you don't, there's no way that he made me this strong up until this point to stop. So
Right,
when I look
right.
at my relationship, 15 years, right, being married for
Moon,
two,
how are you? Thanks for coming in. It took you too long to get here.
it's
Oh, honey, you missed the showdown, honey.
you missed a lot.
Tell her, tell her she missed it if it's a female. You missed it, honey.
Go back
The
on the
person
live.
talking about in the comment in the video, they came in the chat, honey, trying to do Queen, honey. Shut your mouth, honey.
Can I say, if y'all don't watch the replays, please watch the replays for
Yeah,
Queen,
watch the
because
replay. It's gonna be
because
worth
it's
your time. Shut your mouth.
she's one of those. I say this a lot, but I only say it to a chosen few. She's one of those bright lights in this community that we need. Tupac said something, and I'm not trying to derive that from it, but I'm only trying to get that piece because I feel like there's people in this world that make this world so much brighter, but only a certain few see it, and Queen is one of those people. When I first met her, I'm like, I love how she,
First
if
came
you
in the
think
chat.
you gonna fuck around with her and you think she gonna not say something, you
I'm gonna say
sadly mistaken. And if she don't say something, your ass is lucky that day. And
you
I
say
just love
shut
her
your
energy.
It's this is what's funny. Well, this is what's so funny when people think they know me so well. A lot of people who follow me, they just don't know. I have given lots of fucking passes to people in the chat commenting. I've continued to let them comment when they have said a lot of shit I didn't agree with, foul shit. See, this is why I stick. This is why I try to tell these people, these knuckleheads out here, you really don't know Queen because you don't know that you might be somebody that's on the path. Shut your mouth. You understand what I'm saying?
100%, because there's times where you'll say something and you'll keep it going and you go right back into what you was talking about. And then there's times where your ass needs that fire to let you
I gave
know
it.
that
I
the
gave
let
it. And I tell myself I shouldn't because I feel like, as a Christian person that believes in God,
Mhm.
I don't need to be giving Satan what he wants because he's had enough of my time. Do you understand? So me
Yeah.
addressing that thing, I gave Satan what he wanted. Do you understand?
Yep.
I gave what he wanted. And this is what that person don't know. You ain't doing it but getting used. The devil don't pay you nothing. You working for free.
Yep.
You working for free. But look, back to the before we finish your the relationship
Yes, ma'am.
conversation. When I was talking about the guy being executed, because I want you to answer this one question. We didn't get
Okay.
it. The needle situation. Do you think the person didn't want to put him down?
That's a great question. Hold on.
Not really
I'm
think
kind of,
about it.
and I know Queen, you the person that like to hear a yes or a no, and you want
I'm a
to
yes or
explain.
no kind of gal.
Yeah,
But
I,
I'll accept a person saying, Queen, I can't give you an answer.
and that's
I'll
what I love
accept that.
about you,
I'm
because
unsure. I'm
you
unsure.
you don't like to beat around the bush.
Because it ain't a yes or no answer because we don't know the person who administered the drug. So I'm just asking you, do you think the
And
person ducked around and piddled around because he really didn't or she didn't want to get that man to death?
then that leaves the question of why. But to your
I
initial
why?
question,
Why? What's the other reason it could be? You didn't want to put the person down.
maybe you was physically attracted to the person, but hey, shut
Oh,
your mouth.
look,
Shut your.
woman down.
I'm just saying. What if it was a woman and she
Ah,
was like, "Oh, shut your nah, we ain't about." Because all we need is her to say something. But
you said it was a woman then.
I don't know. I'm just saying.
Oh, boy.
Hey, whatever you into, right? And maybe it was a man. No, I'm just kidding. Um,
Been in there
but to,
long enough, it might be like them boys.
I mean, anyway, shut your mouth. To your initial question.
Shut
Hmm.
your mouth.
All right.
Yeah, yeah. Where my answer at?
Right. Uh, Hmm. Well, ask it again. I need to hear it one more time.
Put that wind down.
I ain't like you didn't put it down. I ain't putting it down.
So listen, look.
I am coherent, Queen. I love you to death. I love your show.
Okay,
So don't.
seriously, did
Yes,
the
man.
person not want to unalive him?
Yes, because how many times? How? Yes, yes.
Now let's be
Period.
true. But the flip side is you can't make blood come out the vein. That's common
Hmm.
sense too. You can't
Right.
fight nature. So we
Right.
got nature allegedly on his side, but it's the person, did the person tell the truth? I can't find the vein. Who am I to say he found the vein but said, I'm not killing this man
Mm.
or she?
He or she, right? And
Yeah.
why? See, I'm at yeah, Queen. Come on, I've been on your channel. We always
I
gotta.
think the answer, or okay, Lisa said, or not qualified allegedly. Yeah, she looked at allegedly. Well,
Legend.
and that's the flip side. The person really didn't know how to draw blood, take blood, or push blood in. Yeah, that's even worse.
But you in this profession and you don't know how to draw blood,
Hey,
and
let me
this
tell
is
you something. Let me
go
tell you
for
something.
it.
When I had my first thyroid surgery in the summer of 2017, they
Hmm.
woke me up out my sleep and sent this woman in my room to draw blood. She poked and poked and poked and poked. And I thought, hey, homegirl, we're gonna do this. Queen trying to sleep up there and you can't get no blood out. Stop. I know I'm sorry, I'm trying to hurt you. Guess what? Baby boy walked in the room, boom, 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 blood gone, bam. And I'm looking at her like, they need to fire you. He hit it first out the first vein out the pop. Out the pop, boom. He didn't fumble around or nothing. So ask yourself how he walks in,
And does it no problem, and
does
she
it,
has.
and boom. And I was glad because I was sleepy. They're coming in every few 30 minutes, whatever, checking on me because of the surgery. And I had the little floaty things on my legs to make sure I didn't get blood clots or whatever. So they're waking me up a lot. So I really couldn't get no sleep. So
Right.
it's annoying when you're sleepy and then you're coming in there to draw blood and then shit, you can't find a vein. And then she's like, oh my God, I don't know what to do. And I'm looking like, oh, I hope you do know you better find what to do. And baby boy walk up in there like he had wings on and found the vein and said, good night, Miss Lady. Thank you.
Negligence. Do you feel like? I feel like some people just and I think this goes with everything. I feel like some people really, when they go into something medical or any job, they're really like passionate about helping people and doing it. And then some people it's just like it's just a job.
Well, and that goes back to what I've said 1,000 times on this network. Don't do nothing you don't want
That
to do. You don't want to be at McDonald's, then go find something else. You don't want to work in finance anymore. You tired of being a lawyer, a doctor, then hightail your ass out of that.
right. It's like how you feel something out and you very well know like you want to be a cop, right? But you know what that comes with. Because if
Right, exactly.
you don't think about the possibilities and I just heard some the other day about a cop. It's like, damn, you went through all this and you didn't ever you not nobody that wants to be a cop maybe, but the majority you naive to the fact of this can happen, this can happen, this can happen. Because you
Yeah.
know, every time you put that badge on, you go outside your door. You know it can possibly be that one person that wants to.
Desensitized. But desensitized is, I don't think that's the same with putting a needle in. With the crime, yeah, you get used to the crime and it don't mean nothing. But putting a needle in my arm, that's a necessity. You got to put that needle in to get that blood out.
Right. Desensitized would be like after you put the needle on and you kill them, you just like you go up on your way.
Oh,
Cause
uh, uh, and that's the
I'm
last thing on there. Because let me tell you something, I can't stand needles. I try not to look. That's the key to getting blood drawn. I don't look at her, him draw the blood. You understand what I'm saying?
I don't
I
either.
don't
Now
want to see the needle going in
look,
and
I
the
got
valves. I don't
plenty of
want to look.
tattoos. I don't like it when it go in because it just feel weird. But go ahead.
It's painful, ain't it? I hear it's painful to get
it
tattoos.
it almost feel like you get for me. I'm speaking for me, and I got plenty of tattoos. It feel like you getting violated because it's going in you, but it don't feel like how a tattoo's on the skin. This is going in your skin. It's two different things, but some people will say it's different. But
Okay, so the tattoo's on the skin, right?
say it
I
again.
said it hurt.
Does it hurt? No. It depends on where it's at. I got it on my chest. 6 hours on my chest. It hurts depending on
Six
where it's at.
hours on your chest.
6 hours. Yes, Queen.
Honey, what did you say?
Nothing. I ain't take nothing. I took it. 15-minute break.
No, I
One.
said, what is the tattoo?
Oh, so it's two flowers right here, two flowers right here, and it says "Live and Love Life," and it's a dove in the center.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you told me you're happy with your decision. You're in a better place.
Yes,
You
ma'am.
did eventually start dating a young lady. When did you start
Mhm.
dating her before it broke up?
Last year around the same time right now.
Okay. So what happened? What was wrong there?
Um, Again, I said before we went all the way back. She was just broken, and it's not a bad thing. It was she knew I was deserving of love. She just felt like she couldn't fulfill it because of where she was at. To keep it plain.
So you met one that was nonchalant, one that don't feel worthy of love. What the hell?
And one that made me feel like a king, one that made me feel like a prince, so to speak. And I think it's because you naive and you think that's the proper way on how somebody should love you. And maybe it was at the time, but then people, this is one thing I would like to say, and maybe I'm young to say it, but I'm gonna still say it. People think that when you're in a relationship, it's always growing. And maybe it grows for the worse, maybe it grows for the better, but it's always changing, it's always growing. And the thing I like to do, and I do for my niece, is to give her that experience that I've been through so she could have some type of discernment, some type of, okay, this is what I've been through so you can understand. So, um, yeah, I'm not upset about it. I feel like God was
Okay.
trying to show me
So
this
you in a
alone.
good place.
Go ahead.
You in a good place.
Yeah, I am. I can't lie to you. I'm in a good place, but I want to be in a better place. I'm a God fearing man. I wanna do God's will, and I have a big potty mouth, so I cuss a lot. And the only reason why I haven't
Oh,
cussed here,
you ain't never done it up here.
because I respect the
That
queen.
I
This is
recollect. Oh well, thank you. I
one
appreciate
thing about me is I respect. This ain't my channel, so even
it. Okay.
if I cuss, I cuss a lot. But
Well, you got
queen,
to drop your channel name because I didn't know you had no channel. How long you had a
it's a gaming channel. It don't matter.
game?
We're,
Okay, okay.
yeah,
Well,
so
let me ask you this. Is your son living with you?
yeah, at the moment, yeah.
Oh
So
wow.
I'm a full
Yeah, but you did say about parenting and getting up. I'm sorry. Wow. Why he didn't go live with her?
he
Is that
didn't
too much?
want he didn't want to because I laid the rubric down. So piece of information. Ever since my son's been in preschool, I picked him up every single day. Now, some of that conflicts with work and stuff like that, but work got slow, so I started to pick him up more. Through that, his mom would have Fridays off every Friday. Never once wanted to pick him up. I did it when the days that I didn't work. So I have this thing. I don't share this with anybody, but because I love the queen and I 100% promise you I do, I would give him in words of encouragement every single day. I drop him off at school. You're worth enough. You're good enough. What's the point of integrity? What's the point? Things that men need to hear. And sometimes we too strong and we feel that we shouldn't say this to our sons because we
Yeah.
supposed to battle the world. That's not how it is. And the reason why I know is because of my father.
He's a child.
Co-
That's what people want to say about children and boys. They are still children. Your
Facts.
your thought process that he's supposed to be Superman at 5 and 12. No, no, no. A child.
He's a child. And Queen is a big proponent. I love when you we gonna big up Queen because this is our channel. You always care
Well,
about the kids. You always care about the kids, but
I sure do.
so
And the
I just
and the elderly.
And does that go without saying? I mean, do one goes without the other. I mean, come on. But um uh so I just made it my duty to make sure that he knew that every single day. So I drop him off every single day because of my job. My job is later in the day. So drop him off, bam, was able to do those things and say those things. And I think that's what made the relationship better. And it made him understand. When it comes to cooking, I just made spaghetti and pancakes for him too today. Because I'm that father, I learned that what women do as a stay-at-home mom, it, bro, it is the shit. It is until that shit, and it's almost like one of those things where you don't know until it happens to you, and then you understand. You just like, damn, bro. You make all those judgments and you make all those assumptions until you put in that space, and God will humble you in a great way, and that's what happened. So, I I I guess I just started doing all those things. So back to your initial question, he didn't want to go because the first thing he asked, where's my dad gonna go? And he knew I wasn't gonna. I'm in California. He knew I wasn't gonna go to Texas because there's nobody out there for me. So there's that. I know you got more questions, but
Well, the title of my video is about spanking children. So we're gonna
mhm,
go to that. We're gonna check out of here because I'm already out.
for sure.
Do you believe in spanking children?
Nope, I don't
Okay.
because I went through it and I don't.
I put some polls up
Mhm.
about spanking children in public, spanking toddlers.
No.
Tell me why you don't believe in spanking children.
I don't believe in it because I feel like it helped for my generation, but I feel like this generation is a little bit more fragile, and I don't
Mhm.
think they can very well deal with that. So I think I was able to because that was the time. And I think now it's, and someone said this and it always stuck with me. That's a barbaric way to let your children know
Mm.
about disciplinary action. There's ways to where you can, one thing that, and I'm a parent, and I can say this, your child is always gonna fear you. If they don't fear you, there's something you ain't doing right. So my child knows when, prime example, and I'll say this and I'll say this in closing. He knows when it's homework time, it's homework time. Do that homework, bam. But I don't need to make the threat of because he knows the consequences of. Oh, you don't want to do that? I'm gonna take something away from you. And I don't feel like beating my child is the best because I could say it worked for me and it maybe well, very well did. But I don't think in this generation it will.
Work for me.
But
Work for you.
I think some kids need to get their ass whooped. My child don't need to because he understands.
Today. So some would say some of them do need a little tap on the tail because they wait for this tail. And
Whoop
if you ain't
your
got
child.
anybody implement nothing, even though I'm saying this, the same people I'm saying should be spanking their kid, they the ones who raised this little monster to be combative, cussing, fussing, not obeying the rules. And then they gonna wait till they get to a certain age where they're combative. It's like, okay, I don't know what to do, but knock them upside the head or spank them. You see what I'm saying? But
You
if you let them get a pass, so that is exactly what's going to happen. They're going to be combative, disrespectful.
and that leads to a question to um having a father in the picture to really mold that kid. A woman can very well raise a man. I'm not saying they can't,
Well, they
but
have.
and countless times there's good individuals that had only their mom. But what I'm saying is you need that father that's very well in their life to give their perspective of the world and to know. And the thing that makes it fascinating, I'm not in good standing with my father, but I always respect him because he did do right. But I think that at the end of it, there was something that kind of made us not talk anymore.
So
But
wait,
I would.
slow down, slow down. You say
Mhm.
I don't understand.
With
You said you did right, but you did.
he did right in, okay, so I'm the type of person, just as you, Queen, you throw a lot of stuff out there. I take bits and pieces from each individual that I won't say that that's sensible to me, but actually, like, it's not gonna make sense, but I'm gonna try to make it make sense. So let's say you say something about something, I'll be like, damn, okay. And I kind of add that. I add that because it makes me think from a different perspective, and it's very, very like valid to me. So there was a lot of favoritism. So that favoritism caused the relationship to break. I've
So
never
he
shared this.
favored what? He favored other children?
Yeah.
That's fucked up. So were you raised in the house with him and other children and your
So
mama?
think about it. Okay. So I'm the oldest. I'm the oldest on my dad's side. So I have two other sisters that I have not talked to in 10 years, probably.
But y'all lived in the same house, is what I'm saying.
For off and on. Okay, so I say 5 years, 5 years maybe, and then off and on through those after that. So enough to get to know my sisters, and you know what I'm saying. You know,
But the dynamic isn't the best between other siblings and the father. Is that what you're saying?
the dynamic is cool between the siblings. The dynamic is not cool between the father, me and the father.
If you can elaborate, now, I guess being too personal, why not the best with the father?
Because I don't mind it, and maybe it provides clarity for somebody else. The reason why the relationship went sour is because when I graduated high school, it was, oh, you got to pay for this, you got to pay for that. But when my sister did, and she went to college, and she became of a and I love my sister, don't get me wrong. So when I say this, I'm not throwing no shade. She had a degree, she a very well good degree. She became of a stature of importance, I guess we want to say. um he bought her a car, no problem. And he took, this is the fucked up part that I feel like kind of broke me. He took it to my son's 1 year 1 year birthday to tell me that he was going to buy something for my sister, like, and I asked only for $200. Like, bro, you should have what? Like, why is my sister even coming up? And I just need $200. So and it wasn't because I needed it. It was just to show your appreciation for my son turning one. And he made this whole thing about, oh, you should do this. And why do you need the money? But it's like, this is your grandson. Mind you, let's go back, right? He hasn't seen my son. He only seen my son twice in 13 years.
Oh my gosh, that's terrible. So Lisa's asking a question about, are you the only, is that male child? I can't see.
Yeah, it's my only child. I don't, what's she asking?
No, are you the only male child?
Am I the only man child for my dad's side? Yeah. For my mom's side, no. I have an older brother.
I'm gonna read the
That
polls. Are you gonna say something, honey?
no, cool.
Okay.
Go for it.
I'm gonna read the polls pertaining to spanking children. Spanking teens to 18 years of age. Yes, 19%. No, 76%. Not sure, 5%. 21 votes. What age should you stop spanking your children? After 5 years old, 11%. After 10, 33%. After 14, 22%. Not sure, 33%. Somebody comment. Be kind said never start.
Hmm.
Okay. Agree with
Be
that?
kind. That's not specific, but okay. What does that mean?
Maybe that don't start spanking period.
Yeah, but was be kind, because be kind is such a one-worded answer. Be kind. How do you be
No,
kind?
no, I'm
Because
saying that's their username. Be kind something.
oh,
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm sorry. I'm a little tipsy, so bear
Oh,
with me. Yeah.
their response is never start.
Never start.
Oh my
Oh,
god.
never start beating them.
Yes.
Hmm.
Uh,
No, no,
uh,
no, no. I very well know, but yeah,
He's saying
you
don't
know,
do it. Don't do it, and you ain't got to worry about it. I guess I don't.
I'm always fascinated to know why other parents feel the way they shouldn't spank their kids and why.
So maybe they're just saying. Most people said not sure. And after 10 years old, 33%. They're tied.
Right.
Would you agree to corporal punishment inside schools? 20% yes, 80% no, 0% unsure, 25 people voted. So 80% said no, no spanking in school. How do you feel about that? Spanking in school.
Spanking in school, nah.
Okay.
Not but there's I seen a video today. It was a trip, and it was not to divert your initial what you said, but it was a kid and a police officer. She kind of did over the top, but he was fighting and doing stuff. So it's like, okay, where's the right and where's the wrong? Did she use excessive force? Yes, but
Oh, you saw the one with the guy cop. I saw the video last week. He, the girl was jumping on him. She was, scolding him about something. And
right,
then I guess he was
grabbing
trying to
his
tell her
hair,
to get on because he was trying to handle another kid or something.
right.
And then she just kept on and she put her hand on. Oh,
Right.
her hand
She
down.
was excessive. She was very well excessive.
Yeah, but she
But
had to put her hand on the cop.
yeah. Oh, hand on the cop or hand on the kid?
She put her hand on the cop. He's trying to defuse a fight. He,
Oh.
she jumps in it and she's cussing and fussing and all that, telling her step back,
Hmm.
step back.
Nah,
And she
I
wouldn't
didn't hear
step
that.
back. So then she put her hands on her and took her down.
Okay.
Agree? You agree?
No, I don't really know the situation, but based off of what you say,
A
nah.
school fight, baby. They're in school fighting.
But see, these kids are so different now, Queen. They
Kids are
don't
fighting,
have.
trying to break them up. And he trying to tell her, get back. And she wouldn't.
Yeah, I mean, who's the superior officer? But even if I think that badge be getting the and can I divert just a little bit? Somebody at my job yesterday, he was talking about authority and what he would do. And he's like, this is what he said, and it rubbed me the wrong way. It rubbed me the wrong way because some people just cannot handle authority. One thing I know about certain people is I assess how they are, and when they say certain things, see, Queen can do good about authority because I've sit here in streams and known her mind frame and know how she does things. Me, I can feel that too because I'm never bigger than the program. But I didn't like he said if if long as these guys do what I say, that's all that matters. They do their job. But that's not just it because there's nuance in it. Sometimes there's gonna be things that you can't. And
Yeah.
and when I hear people say certain things, those are to be the people that be in those manager positions and it just don't
Oh, of
be.
course. Always. Yeah.
They just don't be there. And you just be like my supervisor. He had the audacity because I needed more help. He had the audacity to just say, "Oh, I'm not gonna send you more help." Wait, what? You're not gonna send me more help, so you're gonna one make me one man this whole job, and that's how I kind of can get. Who cares about where you are and who
Yeah, yeah.
and not, and then
Are you still at the
I
school? Are you still working for the school system?
of course,
Okay.
and that's oh my god. But anyway, go continue, Queen. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to digress.
So we've got 81% basically saying they wouldn't agree to spanking children in school. Spanking kids in public, 70% no, 25% yes, 0% unsure, 5% said do it at home. Very interesting. Once again, to Rob Base, family age of 59. Spanking children, 54% says yes, 41% no, not toddlers, 2% unsure, 2%, 41 votes. And let's go here. Tony Carrella's execution postponed. Good, 0. Bad, 36%. Not sure, 27%. Don't care. And Murdoch conviction overturned. He gets new trial. Good, 8%. Who the hell voted for that? 6% bad. 16% not sure. 16% don't care.
At least they honest, right?
Well, I put the don't care because there's people who don't care. You know what I'm saying? So I put it as an option
It's always
on
good.
polls.
And the thing about that is nobody you can't see who voted for it, so people gonna pick it. So
Well, and I tell people that's the best thing about the post. Nobody knows what you voted until you comment
hmm
either or.
yeah.
Either or. Well, are you not on Instagram yet?
I'm never gonna be on Instagram, Queen. I'm never gonna look.
You could get on
I'm never
Instagram just so you can have a way to talk to me.
I'm
Person.
never gonna be on Instagram. If you want to talk to me, you got my you. I'll give you my number. Instagram. I'm on
I'm
Discord.
gonna put your number up here. You're crazy.
Uh, uh I mean, all the shit we got to deal with in YouTube. I
Look,
mean,
stay off this damn monkey juice now. You know damn well I'm not gonna let you put your phone number
you
up on a
right.
live stream.
You right. Hey, I've had people do it. So
Have folks calling. You wouldn't get no damn rest.
I don't have an
Well, you can
Instagram. I
download
don't
the
have it.
app. Listen, you can download the app just so you can have a way to call me.
You
I've
right.
told you when we first met.
You not wrong. I got a Discord. Discord me. I
I
don't
don't
got
know
Inst.
Discord. And look, I'm just like you. I'm gonna download another damn app on my phone. I just got
Well, I don't got Instagram. I don't got TikTok. I don't like those things. When I had my Instagram, I only put inspirational stuff up because that's who I am. I don't care about what the next celebrity.
inspire, and then reach out to the Vault Excel. How about that?
You got me.
No.
I, I'm not gonna lie because I don't lie. I think about it.
Okay,
There's
Patty
got
says, well, their kids, we as adults are not teaching respect anymore. When I say no, I mean no. Well, and that's the point I was going to try to make to you, no perspective.
hmm
A lot of children are more combative now. You try to say, well, we're in a different time now.
hmm
Don't spank them. I think in this time they do need more spanking because they don't listen. And the reason why is because the parents ain't teaching the kids. So it's like a
Can,
double-edged sword. You understand what I'm saying?
can I say something? I think in your heart of hearts, you know how
Say
your
something.
kid is. I
Yeah,
think you
you say
know how
something.
your I think you know how your kid is. And I think from that point, when you know how your kid is, that's when you decide to be able to. Now, people got to understand that. People got to understand there's always going to be, you're not going to know everything. But I think if you genuinely know how your kid is and if you're observant to the world and you know, okay, bam, bam, and I think it reflects on a lot of ways. So my son specifically, very smart, very mindful, but that's work that I put in groundwork to because when
What
you
I'm trying
come,
to say, if ain't nobody implement nothing,
Mhm.
don't be shocked years later when the child starts talking back, cussing you out, defying you. Now you want to start pulling up a broom and a switch and a hammer
It's
against your
too
kid.
late. It's too
That's
late.
what I said. It's too late.
It's too late because you there's no authority figure that was in place. There's no foundation. The foundation came too late. It's just like if you grew and it's like, oh well, I don't give a shit because I ain't getting in trouble now, so I'm gonna do what the fuck I want to do. Now you want to start disciplining them when they became
But
they're out of the cage.
Patty,
Go,
what are you saying? They are begging to be stopped, bound. I don't understand what you're saying, Patty.
they're begging to be stopped boundaries. I don't know. I don't get that either.
Yeah, my
But
daughter's saying it's in
um,
front of the words. I can't see what she's saying.
yeah. So when you get to that point, you grasping at straws because now you trying to figure it out when you should have been doing that, and so leads me to the pertinent question: what weren't you doing before he got to that point?
Nothing.
Or
Nothing. Doing
exactly,
what doing what everybody else like to do. Getting a camera. That's gonna be
fucking
my next
sucking and doing all the other shit.
filming,
Sorry.
filming them. Cause see, I'm sick of this too. Everybody wants to make content. So past several years, I keep seeing everybody showing their children,
What
talking
you
crazy
shouldn't do.
to us. I don't want McDonald's. I don't want this. I want that. Everybody's laughing. Oh, he's cute. He's cute. But it won't be cute when they're, as I said to people years ago, when he gets 13, 14, she ain't going to be following around with a camera because he's going to be cussing around, talking crazy, and not going to school. And so that little kid that made you all that money on Facebook Live and all that, he's now wanting to hang with his friends and stuff. Trying to be sitting in front of no damn camera to be filmed, make no damn money.
Yep. And the thing I make sure my son knows when, and this is me, I make sure there's things that I will not tolerate. I won't tolerate disrespect. I won't tolerate you not trying. There's things that I put in place. And the thing that I will say from my dad, from my mom, I took the best parts from that to put into my son. There's things that I'm lenient on, and there's things that I will not tolerate. I'm not going to tolerate disrespect. I'm not going to tolerate you not trying. I'm not going to tolerate other things. And that's the thing. You got to start getting back to the point to where you care. Once you had that kid, and Queen, you probably said this 100 times over again, it ain't about you no more. If you really care about your seed, you will do any and everything. And I will say this in closing. We always worry about room and board, but we need to worry about the mental as well because that's important. I instill the mental aspect of my child so I know when it's all said and done and I'm no longer here, that when you go through that adversity, you can get yourself back up out of it because you had the mental fortitude to be like, so, and you said this before, you said, man, Queen, you're jewel. Just because someone says something that you don't like, that don't mean you go attack them. What you do is you listen to it, you keep it moving, and you pick your pants
Bound.
up and you keep on going. You don't let what somebody said because it's negative make you be like, oh fuck you. And that's the problem. There's no emotional intelligence. And that's the first thing I teach my son. I,
Yeah, pop out
I'm
the pop out.
I'm not going to tolerate you having no emotional intelligence because this world is built against you. So
Yeah,
it's my job to make sure that you got the tools in place because as a black man, as a black woman, Queen, and I will say this in closing, I will say no more, you know what that means.
Lisa says set boundaries and later down the line, you're not dealing with a teenager wild now. Well, see, that's the flip side of that too. It's a double-edged sword. You can make boundaries, rear your children properly to your best ability, and they still turn out what some would consider BAD.
That's a
You
fact.
understand what I'm saying?
That's a
Because
fact.
children, the problem with children is that they are sponges. Because I think Dr. Phil said that. They are sponges. So you have a little sponge at 2, 3, okay? Now the sponge is 5, 10. The sponge is the same. The sponge is picking up stuff, digesting stuff, and no matter what was told to the child about what they should be doing, they're still picking up stuff along the way. You understand? And sadly, the sponges become followers, and that's where your problem comes in. Well, I want to do what Pookie Ray Ray's doing. I want to do what Bubba's doing. Bubba's parents let him go hang out. Bubba's parents let him, not have a curfew. That's what's wrong. We
Mm-hmm.
children become followers. They listen to what other people are doing and what other people are talking about. Now they want to mimic what they see. So you can be the best parent that you think you can be, as far as feeding
Mm-hmm.
them, clothing them, loving them, patting them on the back, congratulating them, showing them love, showing them diversity. But the point is, at some point in life, children change.
Mm-hmm.
And now they can do their own thing. Now they don't want to listen. Now they want to talk back. You know what I'm
They're
saying?
unpredictable. They're
And that,
unpredictable.
and that's it.
Unpredictable. Set
Yeah.
boundaries and later down the line you are not dealing with the teenager, but Queen said it like I mean you could do right by your child 100%, but there's always that you just pray that what you teach and instill in them is something that they're gonna value. And I honestly truly think that you got to care from the bottom that way that they understand, okay, so my son, he can recollect when I pick him up from the very first point to where he has a great memory till he was young. So it's things like that. You gotta be in a life, and that's the point.
You
And
gotta
my,
be, you gotta
even
be vocal. You gotta be
you,
present. That's it. You
you
gotta be
gotta
present,
you
mentally,
gotta be.
physically, all of that.
It's important, and even me, I'm present in my son 24/7. But I always think, and there's accountability in that. You gotta teach them accountability too. But there's accountability in me not always staying home and making them understand, hey, let's go out, let's go play catch, let's play this, let's go
Exactly.
watch a movie. And that's important because if they
Not just
sit
sitting
there,
in four corners.
right, they need to be able to see that there's more to life than this box that you live in. Home is a safe place, don't get me wrong. It's the place where they're going to spend and feel the most sacred at. But you got to build those things that's outside of that. But again, you got to care enough. And I think some people go through things like me. I went through things to make me understand it better. And it makes me want to be a better parent. And do I get it right all the time? Of course not. Do I sometimes get upset? Of course. But now, instead of getting upset, I'll be like, you know what? That's how I felt when my dad said this. Or so now I try to use what I've been through and try not to make my son feel the same way. And and
Yeah.
and that again, Queen said it and I said it. It's just about being there from that first step. It's the foundation. A foundation is the groundwork. Once you lay that foundation, you don't have to worry about anything.
I'm gonna put this up here on the stage. What Pat said. Uh, Filters needed. Kids are not inhibited to say anything, and a mindset of ask yourself, should I say this before? Well, I'm gonna say this, Patty. When children are young, as I said, toddlers. Let's start with toddlers. They don't know any better. So it's that is where you come in and say, that's not nice. You shouldn't say that. It's like a little kid may say, "Oh my God, you're fat." Well, they only know that because they heard somebody say that.
Hmm.
So it's up to the parent to say, we don't say that. We don't call people. You know what I mean?
And that those are the years that they soak everything up as a sponge. So
Yeah, they're
every
sponges. They are originally sponges, but you
hmm
have to step in to talk and mold that sponge
yeah,
because guess what? 2 years old saying you're fat, 8 years old calling somebody fat, 10 years old fat. Now we may have an issue of bullying people because you don't know when
yeah,
to shut up and stop talking and saying
right.
negative things to people.
But that leaves the question, and I got a question for you, Queen, because you ask a lot of great questions.
Okay,
So, oh, hold on, my son coming downstairs.
okay.
What's up, Bobby? I'm good. Um,
Tell them the queen said hello.
I will. What's up? No, I'm good, Bobby.
Trying to
Um,
figure out who he's talking to.
yeah, yeah. I mean,
He can
but
hear you like, who is
um,
he? Who is he talking to? He talking to the about eight.
yeah, I don't even remember what I was gonna ask. He threw me off. But go ahead,
Okay,
Queen.
that's okay.
I'm
That's
sorry.
okay. Well, I like to talk about diversity. I like to talk about different things. As I told the chat, I don't
Hmm.
like talking about true crime every day because that's not really what I'm about. I like
Hmm.
talking about relationships. What would
It's
you do?
what you good
Like,
at, though. I ain't
yeah,
gonna
I
lie.
know, and that's why I don't like dwelling on the dead because I just feel like you can summons death. That's just me personally. You talk about something, it's just like it's in the scripture. Speak it, and it shall be so.
Hmm.
The Bible still don't care nothing about me being no YouTuber.
Power
It's on
in the
my tongue. You know what I mean? It's on
yep,
my tongue. It's on my
right,
mind. I don't want to
right,
talk about death all day.
right. Power in the words of tongue, right?
Power of the word. Exactly.
Yeah.
That was something I was going to
I'm
ask.
sorry, but you just it's when you got good energy and somebody you always you say something and it's always that good energy. You always got things to say. So you're a great you're a great streamer, and I'm always
But thank you. I appreciate you watching the network alongside the other
of
ladies.
course
And
I'm always
I
that's
thank
not
you.
we
But
don't always
I think back, I've had some really fun live audience where we had talked about, oh my God, the
that last
crazy,
one
the
that last
crazy.
one
Yeah, yeah. Oh
Th-
yeah, I know.
that tipsy one, whoa, but I loved it because it wasn't out of your nature. It was just like fuck around if you want to. It's like
Yeah.
if you
And
know, you know.
said she need to talk to them folks down there in Middle Tennessee, what is it, West Tennessee, Middle Tennessee, fuck around and find out. That's why they got a whole missing. Honey, I'm not what you want. I'm definitely not what you want.
Show enough, you not. Trust me.
Show
If you
enough.
You think that
So
she like, you better be lucky she don't go and split you in half, because 9 out of 10 times Quinn's gonna give you her mind, and that's what we come to the show for. That's what I come for the show to
well,
just
listen, I had another topic to bring to the network this week about what we show on social media. And there was something that you said would bother me that I would see. I think it's a perfect ending to this live pertaining to what we discussed earlier and the intrusion of our little dirty bird. I don't like the fact that people film older people asking them questions and they got dementia. Oh,
yeah.
did somebody do that? I don't like film older people that's got dementia and you keep asking them the same damn question over and over and over again, and you got a camera in their face. You understand what I'm saying? I guess he's busy. The point I'm trying to make is when do you draw the line to what you're filming? Because as I said, everybody's trying to make a quick buck and a dime on these platforms. And I just think there's certain things you just don't need to be filming. And that's one of the things I noticed the past couple of years. I remember watching a video years ago where this guy was sitting at the table. I think he was with his mother, and he just kept asking her, "Who am I? Who am I? Who am I? Who?" You know, and it was just like, why do you keep asking that lady? You know she got dementia. Why are you filming this? You just keep going on and on and on. And I see a lot of that in these videos. People are making all these videos dealing with elderly people and filming them and following them around. Like one little lady, I think she's dead now. Her granddaughter would just film her every move she made. The little old lady walked through the house with her little purse, and she'd film her. Where you going, Grandma? Where you going with that pocketbook? Where you going? And the grandma would cuss her out. Why? Why the hell you want to know? Leave me alone. And she would tell her, "Stop filming me. Why you keep filming me?" Exactly. Here's an old lady with dementia telling you, "I don't want you filming me," and yet you're still following around with a damn camera. I think that's rude to me. Oh, you queen. You think that's rude? I thought you didn't like elderly people. Hmm. Lisa, I thought you didn't like elderly people. That's why I keep telling you. I'm saying it again. You don't fucking know me. Stay in your lane, honey. You don't know a damn thing about Queen. I didn't watch enough ass, young, old, all of that. I take care of the elderly, drug addicted men, delinquent children, boys, girls. I don't ever have to explain myself. I don't ever have to explain myself on this live or in life. I know what I've done in life. I know my path. I know my history. I know my journey. I've done shit that most of you would never do. I've worked with the mentally challenged. So, as I have said before, when you come in this playhouse and you accuse me of something that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, hell yeah, I got a problem with it because I know my journey. I've done work that most people could never do. I know somebody right now could not work with mentally challenged adults, could not work with elderly people, could not work with juvenile delinquents, could not work with drug addicted men. So don't ever come in my chat trying to tell me nothing about me or on my fucking job. Since I need to go get a fucking job. Yeah, I'm still on that booper shit. Nothing about it.
I'm hella tipsy. So go off, Quinn.
But yeah, that's the next video I want to do is about how far are we going with the posting and going live in videos. Posting this with the husband, the wife. He's telling you why I put the camera. The wife is saying put the camera. Children, why are you filming me? Why are you following me around? Filming people here, there, public places. Do we need to get our shit together about filming and going live? Yes, we
Hell yeah. Trying to get that viral moment for no reason, to
not on
just get that recognition, to be of
yeah,
importance. And it's
yeah,
like,
yeah,
what's
important.
important? And And I'll say this, like I feel like some people they want to matter to the world, but that starts with loving yourself. And I
Yeah,
think that because you want to feel you want you want things that are
validation is not.
exactly, and then you want the money that comes with it, but all money ain't good money. And how far are you willing to go
How far you willing to go?
against your morals because it's something on the end that you feel is worth it, and it really ain't. I'm not willing to sacrifice my integrity personally. I'm not gonna join it for the queen. I join Instagram, TikTok, because I just don't want that. I like YouTube. There's no way you can direct message me. So I mean, personally, I'm old fashioned maybe a little bit, but I don't need recognition from people I don't know because it really don't matter. It's the the thing that hurts the most is somebody who knows you and says something versus somebody who don't. Because you don't know me, I ain't gotta worry about it. And I still don't worry about it even if you know me
That's
because
100%. And you're right. And that's how I should look at that situation. Why am I letting this bother me? You know what I'm saying?
Mhm.
But it just came out of left field.
But
You
when
know what
they
I'm saying?
trying to
It came out of left field.
assassinate your
What
character
it's
that
about.
you not to cut you off, I'm so sorry. But when they trying to assassinate your character and you feel like, wait a minute, like we all know we're not always reactionary. But when someone says something and you just be like, hold up, like, excuse my language, bitch, are you tripping? You feel like you have to go and let this person know because your name,
Yeah.
Queen, you put groundwork in to get where you got. So when someone goes and says something that's just like, excuse me, nah.
Yeah. Because nobody
Today's
else, I can honestly say, the last time I heard any negative comment similar to that,
Mhm.
it might have been, not too long ago, but in totality of being on social media, probably this is probably the third time somebody just made an assumption. And it's just like you could comment on something going on in the world with the welfare system, this and that, that people automatically assume, oh, you must be getting something, you must be that. No, motherfucker, I'm real. I know a person got to eat. I know a person need to go to the doctor. I live in the real world. And I know that anybody up there worrying about what somebody getting is a fool. Because one day you gonna have to go to that same government that you judging another motherfucker on and ask for your fucking social security. And maybe they'll look and say, ah, no, you ain't ready yet. Huh. See, I'm a realist. I'm a realist. And we've seen this with people who will say, oh, but I'm sick and I'm hurt. This. They won't even give me my social I work and all that. That's what
Kathy.
that dodo bird need to understand. Talking all that junk behind a profile, but you don't know the day when you're gonna have to go to the same government you judging somebody on that you don't really know nothing about. I ain't never came on here and told nobody what I get, don't get, because one, it ain't none of your fucking business.
And
I don't
that's a,
owe nobody no explanation about my income and where I stay and what I drive
right.
and don't drive and what do you care? But you a subscriber.
And then going threaten me. Oh, I'm gonna unsubscribe. Well, why do
That's
you
some
have to?
that's some that's some cutthroat shit. But I expect that from people because I've lived and I know that I deal with dirty motherfuckers every day. So what she brought to the channel is nothing because I deal with it all the time. I done dealt with it. It's called
Yep,
ignorance.
yep. Because
It's called ignorance.
it's that mental aspect. You gotta feel important because I personally, this is just me. I don't feel like I need to tell somebody I'm gonna unsubscribe. I'm gonna just do it. So now when you say
That,
that, I'm gonna be like,
but you know,
somebody.
guess what? While she wrote it, I was helping her out. Well, bye. I'm a ooh, and I'd already hit the button. Bye, bitch. Let me.
And it's and that's the mental. That's where I say mental health wasn't as big as it was now, but now as and Queen, you are brilliant. So I know you catch shit from 10 miles away. So when somebody certain things, you just it's almost like Coyote and Roadrunner. It's almost like Huh? Wait a minute. Why do you feel that you need to go and stay? Oh, so now you think that your subscription is important.
It's not.
You one person out of the many, because
Out of
one
how many billion? Come on with it.
and
On the earth.
gonna be here.
Your
And me,
volume. Yeah.
regardless if we don't agree or not, Queen, I'ma always be here because that's who
And
I
that's
am. That's
the
my
point.
loyalty. But that's a me
We
thing.
can agree to
But
disagree. We're not gonna always
those
agree on
people
stuff.
are gonna be here. Them other people, they come a dime a dozen.
Chop nobody down because of something you think they said or did. The point is, you would have never known about that conversation had I not told you. And I've had the conversation how many times since I've been living here in 6 months? And it's my first time mentioning it on a live
Did I
stream.
lose you?
I'm right here. You don't
Uh-oh.
see me?
Hey.
Are you there? I don't know if he's there. He muted himself. Unmute yourself. Oh, he went down. It is what it is. That's how I look at it. This is expected. Like they say, you're vulnerable. You put yourself out here on a platform. You should know there's always going to be somebody come in and have something to say about something. I was just talking about this in another live. Might be the same live. Oh, when I was talking about Cardi B. You can't go out here and put your life on Front Street and talk about a baby daddy, this and that, and then get mad when somebody talk about you. That's on you. Because in the end, I don't know no more than what you put out to the street. Okay? I don't know no more than what you put out to the street. So if you tell me you arguing with your baby daddy, you arguing with this person, you arguing with that person, well, I now know this. So who are you mad at now when the bloggers and different people start talking, insinuating this and that? Stop talking. Because just like somebody was saying last week about Cardi B in a video on the news breakout. Hell, we sick and tired of this. Anytime you turn around, it's something negative. Exactly. Nobody would know nothing if you stop talking. And this is what happens when you talk. You get feedback. I didn't feel like it was no big deal what I was talking about. I was just giving my personal opinion. Damn, quit asking me personal questions. My thing is this. I don't really give a fuck if they old or they young. Let me make that clear. Let me clarify that shit. I don't give a fuck if you old or young. Stay out my business. I don't give a damn about no older community and this and that. That's not the point. The point is, you don't have no business asking a complete stranger no personal questions as soon as the fucking elevator door open or closed. That's just dumb. I'm not going to give nobody no pass because they're elderly. You
It's
just gonna
like
say that no, we're gonna keep that shit real. Every time a motherfucker come in your presence, you gonna say, "Are you new? Are you new? Are you new? Are you new? Are you new?" I just want you to think about that. You in a building of 200 plus people, and every time you see a motherfucker, you just gonna walk up to them and say, "Are you new? Are you new? Are you new?" How the fuck does that make sense?
I don't want you saying nothing to me when I'm new in the building.
It don't matter who you are. You don't need to be running up to every person you see saying that. You're not supposed to see everybody, so it don't matter. I don't give a fuck if you're 20, if you're 30. That's what I was trying to explain to that dodo bird. Because I feel like I don't owe this bitch no explanation. I don't give a fuck who it's coming from. You don't. That's just not logical. To every time you open your door or the elevator, you're gonna say that to every motherfucker coming in the motherfucking elevator. And it's like you couldn't make this stupid cut understand that. You go in the laundry room. Are you new? Are you new? Are you new? Do you live here? Do you live here? You sit outside. You see somebody walking in. Are you new? Are you new? Are you new? The fuck? Come on now, that's not that serious. What the fuck age got to do with it? I know older people are nosy, but the point is, like I said, there are other people who live here who are not older. And it's room here regardless. Just like I said in the video the other day, when the white guy that lived down the hall, he had just walked to the elevator with food in his hand. Here go a motherfucker asking him, do he work here? Or do he work for such and such? Okay, how's that different than the other lady? That's the point I'm trying to make. See, this is why I know a motherfucker don't need my content. This is a whole different person. He been living here longer than me. Why are you asking him who he is and who he worked for and all that? He's just trying to get on the elevator and find his business. Damn, take the man get to the ground floor without being interrogated. You don't have no right to be asking people nothing.
Can't even
He
be
holding a
safe.
bag. He holding a bag of fast food, and you asking him, "You live here? Who you work for?" Oh, no, 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 no. I heard this coming out the elevator. I said, "Oh my God, this is ridiculous."
Can't even
These
be safe
people,
in your own home.
yeah, exactly. These people don't have no life. You want to let the motherfucker come in the elevator? He didn't step in the elevator. One was asking him questions.
Like we can't have nothing already, but now I can't even have my home. I can't even like that's so insane to me.
And you think he wasn't looking at this person like, "Who the fuck are you?"
Right. You knew this is where I live. And you want some
But what I'm trying
semblance.
to say is, this guy been here for I don't know how long. He just walked in the elevator and a motherfucker was interrogating him. What I'm trying to make you understand is this is what they do. And it's rude. It's fucking rude. Nobody wants to be interrogated coming out of their fucking home.
100%.
They're just getting in the elevator trying to go where they're going. You don't even. And another thing, you dizzy cunt, you're supposed to address a motherfucker. How you doing? Good evening. Good morning.
Oh, I was gonna say that. And nobody does that because they sold, and that's a streamer thing because I noticed that. Oh, you should do this before, and yeah, but you're right.
And thank you, Dark Side. See, Dark Side, you woke. Exactly. You gave me a ride. But looking at this stupid bitch, she gonna say, "Oh, but yeah, but you was in her car, and okay, you still ain't proving no point. Why are you talking to me like you don't motherfucking know who the fuck I am?" Because other people are already doing it anyway. I have been in your company, so why are you questioning who I am? So, Dark Side, thank you for iterating that. That proves it. That makes it even worse. I've been in your car, and you questioning me weeks later. Are you new here? Do you live here? Do you live here? And I'm looking at this bitch when I recognized her. So I'm playing stupid like her. I'm looking at her like, oh, wait a minute. Why is she asking me this?
She got dementia.
Well, that's somebody else asked. I don't know her to have dementia because I don't know her.
Right. That's kind of crazy.
But that's what I'm trying to say. She's not no older person. She's like late 50s, early 60s. And
Even
I don't have to know her. I don't have to know her business. I'm just looking at her crazy like, first of all, whether I've been in your car or not, why are you asking me that? It's dark 30. That's the only conversation you got coming into the elevator? Are
but
you
that
I've never seen you before.
right. But that leads to the question that even if all that was true, right? everybody knows how you are, Queen. So we would already know off rip that you ain't the type of person to be nasty or whatever. So it just
Not
leads
because, as
to
I just said, you know how many people have asked me that question since I moved here? They're still asking, and I've been here 6 months. The point is, it's not your job to know who lives in the fucking building.
because you're not gonna know everybody that come in the building. You know,
Exactly. That's the point. 200 something people. How the fuck are you supposed to know 200 people?
like you the super. Okay, all right. Lisa's here.
I'm the
Uh,
fucking businessman.
Chris is here. Uh, like who would even want that information? I don't even want to deal with that many people. I let
No,
alone don't.
next time I see a motherfucker get to talking crazy, I'm going to start speaking Spanish. You ask me something, I'm going to start speaking in Spanish.
Hello, and they'll surely turn away after that.
No, no habla inglés, no habla inglés. Ajá, ajá, buenas noches.
They will turn away quick too.
Buenas noches.
They be like, oh, okay, okay. I'm the wrong person.
I done already told you, you want to fuck with me, I'll come back with you. I'll come back on shit. Fuck your ass up. I'm working undercover. Can I help you? I'm working undercover for the Knoxville Police Department. Can I help you? Oh my gosh, I didn't know they had. You weren't supposed to know. Have a good night, ma'am.
All right. That leads the question to people too fucking nosy for no reason. What does this pertain? This don't pertain to you. Why are you worried about it? If your life is not at risk, go back in your house. And that's the thing. People want to have control of things they can't control. Oh, I seen something yesterday. Go ahead, Queen.
No, go ahead.
I seen something yesterday. Man walking with his dog on the sidewalk. He's just walking with his dog. And they got cameras on the side. The cameras are saying, oh, if you don't move from this place, we're going to call the police department. Then he goes to another section, same section. It says the same thing. Then the woman comes on the line. If you don't move, we're going to call the police department. All he was doing was walking his dog. People got all this entitlement to feel that what they do is the end all be all. And okay, if if whatever you do is okay, bam, what I say goes, and that's the problem. Did it happen again?
Here, honey. Hello? Yes, he fell off. I had to take a break. He break. Oh, he muted. Okay. We don't here 4 hours. Good Lord of mercy. My volume's up. Yeah, he fell off, I guess. Well, I was gonna ask him about Nancy Guthrie because he did start the live off talking about that when that other nonsense fell in here. So I don't know if he's gonna jump back on. I don't even know. Hell, did he have his phone plugged up? Can't get back in, Queen. Thank you so much. Why you can't get back in? What's wrong with your phone? You can't find the link. Hold on. About putting his phone number up here. I thought you crazy. Okay, baby, I'm coming. Hold on. Trying to have me hoisted up here talking this long on the live stream. Lord have mercy, Jesus. We gonna talk about your that case out there, and then I definitely gotta get off this link, off this live, so I can get me something to eat on. Oh Lord, I don't know what I'm typing. Just 1 second, honey. I'm writing the letters backwards. What in the world? Then they come in talking about how many views, how many subscriptions I got. You've been out here for so many years, and da 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 da. So what? Don't worry about what the hell I got going on. First of all, I wasn't even monetized for several years, since you know so damn much. Always a hater. I will listen to the rest tomorrow. It's late here in Ireland. Thanks, Queen, to everyone. Oh, ha, ha. The British. Thank you, darling. Yes, we know the Brits. They say the Brits are kind of hard. So I guess that's why I've got Dark Side of the Moon liking my content. I've heard people say that about the Brits. They're hard noses. I'm sure not all of them are like that. That's why I tell you can't profile people. Okay, you're muted. Unmute yourself.
Can you hear me?
Unmute yourself. Yeah, you gotta
It's
unmute yourself. Hello?
can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay.
You were muted when you came in. Okay. I'm not gonna stay much longer because I have been on here a long time, but I want you to tell me, since you mentioned this when you first came on the live and we
Yes,
were
ma'am.
rudely interrupted by Satan. Um so, listen.
I'm
Hold on.
tipsy, so go for it, Queen.
Listen, I'm not tipsy. I don't know what's wrong, honey. I don't need to
I'm
do nothing.
Queen. I'm
Uh,
coherent.
but look at here.
Yes, ma'am.
Nancy Guthrie,
Oh shit.
because you mentioned that when you first came on,
I did.
and we didn't get into that because the other foolishness. So, what is your theory on the disappearance of Nancy Guthrie?
You've talked about this so much, and I'm inclined to believe. I feel like it's an inside job.
Okay.
I there's no way. It's too many inconsistencies. It just doesn't smell right. Doesn't sound right. It just stinks. It don't make sense. I don't understand it. And who would understand it, right? You got this. Oh, this person goes to TMZ. Oh, they done looked at the crime scene this many times. It doesn't make it almost feels like a movie. And damn, they should just do a movie because at this point it just doesn't make sense. To
How do
keep
you
it
feel about all the information coming out about the sheriff lying about his job in Texas, and they now
I
still got him on the force? It's up to the
I
attorney general to decide if they want to get rid of him or not. I mean,
I think
press charge.
I think he was a perfect man for the job to fuck up, right? Because think
Yeah,
about it.
yeah.
I mean, look at what they're doing.
But you know what? And this is what I keep talking about the universe. The universe is at work.
Oh, for sure. You
What are
one
the odds that you've got a fuck up sheriff with a fucked up ass case?
You can dodge all that shit, but you're not gonna dodge God. Cause maybe it might not be now, might not be a year from now, but at some point, something's gonna come up. This investigation, yada yada yada, or this wasn't yada yada yada, or it's an inside. I don't feel like it's gonna come up now, but it's just too many inconsistencies. The way he held the gun, Tommaso, this. It's like, when have we ever heard of an investigation like this one? I'll wait. It just don't sound right. Queen, you come at this shit, and this is what I pray that people look at your channel, because this is what I really respect about you. But you've looked at it from so many ways. But look how it don't look right. It In closing, I'm sorry I said this so much today. It
In
just
close,
don't
yeah.
it
Well,
don't
who did
smell
it?
right.
Well,
It
who
don't
did
smell
it?
right.
Who did it?
It's almost like okay, no lights there. Then it just doesn't make sense. And then
That's
the
the
question,
city. And that's the city. They don't want street lights on.
right? And then the thing that wasn't there 45 minutes of them inside the home. Where's that footage at?
Who?
Then they say there was 45 minutes of them having it footage inside the home.
We know he was there for 40 minutes. If they
40 minutes. Okay, so what was he doing for 40 minutes? What when you kidnap somebody and it's me thinking, right? I'm just thinking logically. 45 minutes, you got to get this woman out of here. Why do I need
I'm gonna make me a sandwich.
I'm I'm gonna be like, girl, it's time to go. Bam. Why do you need 45 minutes? I'm gonna sit back and hey, are you ready to go,
I
Miss
got
Guthrie?
I hungry. I
The-
before I take her out of here, I go eat something.
and then what leads me even more, Savannah, where she has to make all these Instagram posts. Why she just didn't go to the police off of rip? It just doesn't make sense, and I'm inclined to believe this. Don't feel it. Sorry,
Who did
Queen.
I say? Who
I
did it?
sorry, Queen. It just feels like a distraction, but I won't leave it there. It
I
just
said who did it? You're not answering.
say it again.
Who did it?
Who didn't do it? Because I don't think it's one person.
Okay.
That's not a one.
But the head knocker who wanted it done, who is it?
Who is it? Queen, I know you want an answer because that's how you are. Because I watched your channel long enough. Who did it? If you can ask me perspective, who did it?
It.
I I'm
Who
the
did
queen.
it?
I've known you long enough to watch your channel. I know you want an answer and you want a definitive.
Well, give it to me definitively. And let you
You gonna hate this shit. I don't
know.
know. Yeah, you are. Because I don't know. I just don't know because it
Okay.
is.
Okay. Is she
Oh,
alive?
I can I ask you a question?
No, you gotta answer that first, sir.
No, no, that's not how we gonna do this
No.
today.
I'm the queen. I asked you a question. Is she alive?
You ain't. Oh, is she alive? No. Mm-mm, mm-mm.
What was the
I don't.
motive?
What was the motive?
Oh my.
Queen, you cannot tell me that this case it stinks on all ways because we can say it's money, but then why they didn't pay the money outright first? Then you can say
Police told him not to, remember?
I the complexity and how convenient. Excuse me. Oh, excuse me. How convenient something like this comes up because it just doesn't make sense no matter how you look at it, whether it become from uh, Nanos, Thanos, whether it comes from Savannah Guthrie, whether it
No
comes from
Brown.
Annie. It feels like it almost feels like to me. At first, I was just like, okay, let's get the facts, and you would always state the facts, and even in my assessment of it, I'd be like, okay. Now it just don't feel like it's something where it is thorough now. It feels like it's made up. Like, okay, she disappears, blood here, and then it drops from here, and then they don't clean it up. Then they go back to the scene. Then they come and leave, come back to the scene. It's like, what? You didn't had all this time. So Queen, I'm sorry. I don't have a definitive answer. And you know as much as I know, it don't make sense.
All right. Uh Lisa Lisa says follow the money. And how many other relatives have insurance policies on her elect?
Pertinent question, right? But Savannah already got money, so why would they need more? I mean, but
It's
it
a
leads
advancement.
but it leads the question to too much money ain't enough. So maybe it's
So let's
greed.
go there with the insurance policies.
Right.
How are you gonna unalive it for that if you ain't got a body
Got the
service?
body
You gotta be able to
exactly.
collect. Gotta collect.
Right.
Who
So that
around
leaves
wait 5 years to collect on a policy? That means you could have been too desperate for money. If I want money, I want to try to get it now.
but
Couple of months, whatever. I'm not
it,
waiting
le-
no 5 years to collect money on no dead woman.
it leaves the question to every investigation when there comes a body that's not, you can't find it. There's less evidence. So if you can't find a body,
And why
it's
you
like,
hide? Why you hide it? If you're a stranger, you didn't have no business taking the body out.
and
Only
then
people
you
that hide bodies are people who know the victim. Checkmate.
and then you go to TMZ for these. Honestly, it's really nonsense because I just don't quite get it. I don't think anybody can look at that case and be like, oh yeah, well, it's perfect. It just doesn't make sense. And I think there's a multifaceted of ways you can look at it.
It wasn't intended for it to make any sense.
And okay, so I ask you this: do you feel like that
At
case?
least you said some people will wait. Yeah, yes, sir.
Can I ask you this? Do you feel like that case was at a perfect time at what was happening in the world?
No.
Okay. Do you feel like
Do them conspiracy theories.
I know I'm not in conspiracy theories.
But
I'm
listen
in
to a lot of people aren't that bright to make that leap. You understand what I'm saying?
yeah.
The average person don't watch the news. Let's just keep it real. So in order for you to say it's got something to do with breaking news and the Olympics and this, you'd have to be in tune to the news.
And I'm not even just saying that, but if you okay, let's say you watch true crime, right? But you can't tell me, excuse me, it's the line. You can't tell me that something about this, there's nothing about this case that feels thorough. Nothing. Nanos. He don't want the FBI to get in it. What? That don't make sense. You want to bring the killer to justice, right? Ain't that what your job? You want, I'm thinking, right? If you nanos, right? I want to be the commanding person that, oh, I let the FBI do what they did to solve this investigation. But now you saying I don't want them to get involved or whatever. Then you got your officers in the actual, well, district, whatever, they got stuff about them, and it's convoluted. It's like a ball of bullshit, and it's like, okay, let's take the sensible part out. Okay, this part, and then you look at it and it's like that's not sensible. Then you take Nanos, that's not sensible. He don't want the FBI to get involved. Then you look at Annie and Tommaso, they crying at her little vigil. Hmm. And then he's the first person. And then you got what's her name saying that her source was brick. It's so much shit. It's so much shit to get a motherfucker confused. And I will say that.
Says he's hiding something allegedly, such as what, Lisa? I think it's what I had said. It's God, the universe was at work. Somebody dirty, unalived this lady for whatever reason. The
But
sheriff
why?
department, a lot of skeletons, and God made sure that this dirty sheriff department had to investigate the crime of a missing elderly lady. Checkmate.
Right. And at least one word for me, liquidate. Because he ain't getting it done. Because obviously he ain't had a big investigation like this because
But
of
he don't
their
trust the FBI because one workers, employees, investigated by the FBI, so he has a problem with them.
so that leaves the question why he don't want the FBI to get involved.
Yeah, that's it.
So now it's up to him. And what is he doing? I rest my case. Shut your mouth, like you say.
He said,
So
"Why
what was the
lie if you ain't hide nothing?" He's known to be a liar. But what you're saying
so
now?
so what's the initial question, Queen? What did you ask me? What do I
Uh,
feel about it? Or I don't know.
who did it? Who did it? And why? And where is she? And why?
Uh,
He,
I will say this: tune into Queen's channel to find out because I don't know.
You can't. They can't tune in here because I don't know.
Well, if
I
you
don't
don't
know how to
know,
do it.
guess what
I,
perspective don't know? I
I
don't
can.
know. Sorry, I didn't mean to.
I think it's inside personally.
I think so too. I
I don't think
personally
it's
think so.
somebody that heard that she had money. I don't think it's somebody that worked for her. I don't think it's somebody who related to somebody that worked for her. I think those kids possibly got rid of her. They were tired of dealing with her. I think maybe one of them, Annie and Tommaso, wanted that house. That way they can get out of paying a mortgage. See, I think beyond the box. I'm tired of paying. I don't have the money to pay the mortgage. I'm suffering. I need money. I got this one over here. She's got big money. I need
Right.
more, more, more. You look at their car. They're driving a standard automobile. It's not nothing fancy. Nothing should, up there on the top tier.
And
Envy is a motherfucker.
and you've said this a lot, and I've quoted a lot about what you say is you don't know what goes on in the background. We only assume because that's all we have. So
And that's the problem a lot of people have with this case. We really don't know who Nancy Guthrie is.
we don't know
We
their
really don't
financial
know who her
situation.
children are. They ain't
Right.
nobody told us nothing concrete about none of
Right.
these young.
Just because people are family, that don't mean she giving up her money to the family.
Hey, thank you. There you go. You said it.
Mic drop. I'll
Mike.
put this mic drop. Don't think that's Savannah Guthrie because you know how people act when they get a little bit of money. I don't want to be bothered with you. That's your problem. So, what's to say that Savannah was like, yeah, that's my mom. I love her, but I love this money more. Yeah, whatever. And then she comes and makes these videos. I'm sorry. I'm just saying. I don't know. I'm just guesstimating, but it's fishy. That's it. I'm gonna drink my wine.
Well, I've learned from watching lots of crime and just living around people and being a human myself that we are creatures of habit. We have desires. We have needs. We have wants. We are greedy. We are selfish. We are
Hmm.
self-centered. That's just life.
Right.
Okay? Just because somebody is catering to somebody who is elderly, it does not mean that's what the fuck they want to do. That's what led me to believe possibly they want it out.
Mm-hmm.
Get rid of her. I don't have to take care of her. See, nobody thinks. Just keep everybody keep going on and on about Savannah, Savannah. I keep telling myself that's the fucking reason why we're here. Look at what you're dwelling on.
Right, right.
Why don't you dwell on the simplicity of the story, which is here's an elderly lady who could barely get around, and there are two people who are obligated to take care of her. Not Savannah, not Cameron. This may not even be about no motherfucking money per se. Motherfucker, I'm tired. I want to take care of her.
Right. Oh, that
I don't want
burden
to
of
be a person no more.
right. That burden of having to take care of the family and being the only one. You know that burden of having to take care of everybody? Why do I gotta do it? I grinded to get to where I'm supposed to. Now I gotta take care of you. It
And I tell people to go back to the book. They've already shown you they did this in college. They took turns. That's college life. Who wants to be staying with their parent every other weekend to take care of them because their father passed away? They don't want to leave their mom alone. That was a pivotal time for the girls to shine.
and
They now
you shit. And
now
you
you
know,
fast forward. Now you fast forward. I'm older, 60 years old, and they're 60. I'm still taking care of her.
right, exactly. And that's
Nothing
what I
has changed.
and I gotta be the person now I gotta be the person to keep the family together. What if to say she wasn't tired because all what she made 8 million a year? Yeah, 8 million a year.
I'm not talking about some. I'm talking about Annie.
Even Annie, she didn't what they didn't have enough to pay for the house. So what's to say she not?
What I'm saying, you can't compete with the millionaire. You want more yourself. You desire more.
Right.
Maybe you ask for some handouts, giving a little here and there, and maybe said, I'm tired of giving up money. Hell, you grown, got a husband. See, you don't really know. You don't know what the girl was giving her mother. You just
It-
assuming she was giving her mother money. Like right now, taking care of the house.
it's like I said in my situation, favoritism, right?
Yeah, I
It's the
want that
same thing.
favoritism.
It's the same thing. Oh, Savannah made 8 million or whatever. What can you do? You don't even provide. Who's to say that made Annie and Tommaso? And you know as much as I know, Annie gonna say something. She gonna confide in her husband. She gonna say this, and he gonna feel obligated to want to do something because Annie feel away because Annie don't feel like she doing enough.
Yeah.
Mic drop. I'm sorry, Queen. You going off. I'm just interjecting a little bit, but go ahead. This
I always
it's
tell people to listen to what's been told to you because a whole lot has not been told. We don't know nothing about any of these people. Okay? Everything's an assumption. A lot of times people think it's about money because that's asked for by the so-called henchmen. I don't know. But I listen to Savannah don't work, the mouthpiece of this storyline. You claim all of you all are close. You and your sister, the light in the air, blah, blah, blah. But you are still the one that's top tier in the eyes of most. And I know that that sometimes, once again, breeding contempt. I want to be up there. I want to be on top. I want more. And for all we know, as I just said, Annie and her husband were tired of taking care of the old lady. She was a bird. Wasn't leaving here fast enough. Hate to say that, but just keeping it real. I ain't getting nothing out of this. Who the fuck paying me? Who's giving me gas money? Who's giving me this? Me and my husband barely living. Yeah, I know 4 miles ain't far, but it's far when you ain't got shit. Come on with it, Queen.
shut your mouth.
Did the mother ever give them money for doing things for them? And I get it. Somebody's going to argue that. What's wrong? You shouldn't be charging your mama to ride you around. But you got people who are poor. They will charge their own mom and daddy for a motherfucking ride. What you talking about?
That's that greed. That greed will do it to you.
You know damn well there's people that'll tell you. You call every day needing something, needing something, needing something. I need some funds. I need some extra money. I need some extra gas money.
Especially when they know that
Or,
you got it. They know that you got it. Savannah
but
is
gotta ask, do we know that she had it? The mother.
yeah, oh no, yeah.
She was driving a Subaru. Some would say she wasn't that rich, but
But
I won't
then
doubt the Subaru was paid for.
oh for sure.
Probably didn't owe no note on her. She
But
had a
then
new
it
phone. That was obvious from the pictures. So she was getting funds from somewhere.
but then that leaves the question of the Ring camera or whatever camera they had. No, like I want to get it to watch wildlife and it just why does it feel like everything in here is so perfect, but it really ain't because it don't make sense? Wildlife? What
But
wildlife are you?
why are you buying cameras for wildlife that ain't got no subscription?
And you can't see what you gonna see
Why
now.
why you
Ring
ain't got
cam
a life alert? See, none of that up. You got a
and
camera with no alarm. You don't got a life alert. That's not something normal for an elderly person.
no, no, it ain't. Especially in the damn near immobile. She got a heart problem, right? A heart condition.
Yeah.
How is that like? And wildlife. Now, I can attest a ring camera can still see at night, but what you really trying to see? Like what? Okay, let's just say out of a week, what are you really gonna see that's fascinating?
Hmm.
And I mean, what you gonna see? Scorpions? You gonna have to. Oh, there's a scorpion, Queen. I see it. It just
Stop.
doesn't. It doesn't make sense because, and it's the perfect question to an answer because all you had to say was, "Oh, I just wanted to see wildlife," and it makes everybody be like, "Oh, okay, that's sensible." But then when you think about it, you in Arizona, what wildlife are you really trying to see? You not rest in peace. You not Steve Irwin.
But yet you didn't see this motherfucker that came to your house on the 11th. You didn't see
and
that he was lurking around midnight.
and then
And
you
nobody else is connected to her Ring camera to also see that something's not right. See, all this get to me.
and then you
Stupid.
unprofessionally come through the door with the pistol in front of you. It just seemed, honestly, if I'm thinking logically, it feel like somebody fucking with me. Because when would I ever load a pistol in front of my nether
Well,
region?
it's the Mexican hold'em style. So there you have it.
Yeah, but I got a grape and berries. When would I ever put a pistol in front of there and beside instead of okay,
Well,
let's
you're not a Mexican.
oh shit. I'm a person that got Queen.
I'm gonna say
If
it again.
I,
Everybody does things differently.
you right, but I'm never gonna load a pistol in front of me if I
Okay,
know I can
but
get that
that's you. He put it there because that's where he wanted it.
okay. But yeah, all right, you're right. I'm just saying
So
it
damn
just
well could have put that gun any damn where.
he could put it anywhere. You're not wrong. I'm just saying there's inconsistent
I know
and
you saying I wouldn't have done.
for sure. I wouldn't. Why would you put the bush
That's
in front
why.
of the
That's why I
camera?
said he's telling you who the fuck he is.
Right. Why would you put the bush in front of the camera? You got a mask on. It don't matter. They don't know who you are. What you trying to hide? You trying to hide another person going? But see, it's inconsistencies that don't feel logically. You know what I mean? Like, damn, you trying to rob shit? Even stupid robbers don't do shit like this. But then you go and be like, well, maybe they were stupid. It just, but
Well,
again,
hey, but guess what? We can talk all the shit we want about this. He
and
free.
and that's the problem because when you do a robbery that doesn't make sense, there's so many inconsistencies that you can name. Oh, he put the pistol there because it was easy to grab. He put the pistol there and if he would have done it right, then you would have been like, okay, these are professionals, right? So now when they're unprofessional, there's so many lines in between to where they were, oh, these weren't professional. So now you can start being like, oh, well, these cats didn't know what they were doing. But what if they were knowing what they were doing?
Yeah. Well, we know he knew what he was doing because he's there, point blank. You
And
don't
then
have to
he,
like. You don't have to like where the gun was. You don't have to like he was fucking with the camera. My thing is this: no
Mhm.
matter what you think of him, he is free. That's how I look at it. The motherfucker is free, like OJ. Okay.
and every explanation is pertinent to this investigation because at the end of the day we just trying to solve it. We trying to wonder where she went. You know what I'm saying? But it's sad that nothing has come from day one, and that's the problem, to where it's like, and me looking at it from a perspective of how do we stop this from happening again,
Mm.
because it's just
Get an alarm in your fucking house. That's what you do. Have your alarm in your phone, your other children and other friends' phone. Stop it.
but what was about her that wasn't
Going
special?
nowhere. They ain't got a fucking house alarm. That don't even make sense.
Queen, that's your mom. Why wouldn't you? I mean, when your mom is elderly, wouldn't, and you and I can attest to this, wouldn't you try to do more than above and beyond when it's your mom? Because you're trying to make sure she good. You like, okay, my mom is good. That's what everybody does because your parents take care of you up until this point to where you become an adult. And then when they get old, you take care of them. That's just an unsaid rule. So it just leaves me to be baffled about you didn't really care about your mama. Shit like that happens, favoritism and all that. But I'm sorry. Uh, it's so much shit about this investigation that I just don't get, and I don't even think when we finally come to the conclusion, we will still get it because we will be like, well, then, and then there will be more answers. And that's the thing. There's always going to be answers and questions to things that we don't know because we don't know. And and my curiosity of true crime, because Queen, you do your thing. When you do your thing, you do your thing. But this is one of those things where I just don't. I I'm dumbfounded, and that's not easy for me to say because when you got some, I'm a big up Queen every single second I can be on this bitch. I'm sorry. When you can come up to this and to be like you don't know where to start, like where do you start? You can talk. You can start to that Nanos. You can talk to, and then you can go. It's just and I'll say this in conclusion. The thing that I found the most odd to me is how they looked at that crime scene several times. I was like, they back over there again? I'm done.
Will they solve it?
Will they solve it? Queen, you love your answers to be direct. Okay, can I have a caveat to that? Can I have a caveat to that? I think they will. I just don't think it's gonna be soon. How soon? And you can quote me on this. I think in the next 3 years they'll solve it. Do I think it's going to be in the next year? No. I think they eventually will. But I think when everything settles down. So that's the caveat.
Okay.
3 years. So if they don't come back in three, you be like, perspective said it. Not that I want the recognition because it's at the end of the
Now,
day.
here, there's an article released by Yahoo that says that investigators already have suspects' names, and this is coming from a former retired Pima County Sheriff's deputy. He thinks they already have his name, Robbie Mayer.
To Nancy Guthrie.
Yeah, he solved the case of rape 19 during his theory.
But what's the information on the person that they named? What's the reason why?
They know who it is. What he's saying.
Okay, why is he not in custody then? Where's the body? Where's the I need more information in that.
Still gotta have enough evidence to take for the to the judge to get a warrant for her.
Exactly. So that's what I'm trying to figure out. Okay, they got the name. What's that mean? I could throw a name out. I could throw any name out until I have the proper
He's not
evidence to
out
prove.
nobody's name. He's saying he's speaking law enforcement
Oh, okay.
and he thinks they have a name
Mm,
of the suspect. But the point is, they can't release a name until they have evidence.
right. So that means you releasing a name that you don't have evidence of. So what's the point of saying the name?
No name has been mentioned, baby. It's
Oh,
a
okay.
retired cop saying he thinks that they have somebody.
Okay.
You'll
So
find.
how? Yeah, I get you. I get you. He a retired cop. So now he don't do shit.
I can't
I'm sorry. My bad.
do a
So
mess.
I, I'm tipsy, but I'm still coherent. Is a retired cop saying something about the investigation? That's what you said?
Just giving his opinion.
Well, okay, I got my opinion too. Don't mean it's right, right? Just like
I'm
Kathy.
I'm just
Kathy,
repeating. Listen, I'm just repeating you the latest. Damn it.
don't damn me, a sweet, beautiful woman. Um,
That's
yeah,
all I'm
you.
doing is bringing you the latest.
Hey, I know you are a bull, but you ain't gonna get this bull because I know how you ride.
Okay,
Um,
so let me ask you this.
yes,
Oh,
ma'am.
so the neighbors said they didn't want people dropping off flowers
Hmm.
and items because stuff going on, disrespect by people in the neighborhood, filming, going live, things like that. What do you think about that?
You gotta let people be people. There's gonna be people that understand and people that don't. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, there's people that's gonna sympathize because she's missing. Why wouldn't you? Whether you feel away or not. I mean, And Queen, you've said this before. I don't agree. You said this. You said you don't agree with people coming to people's houses and going there every single weekend, broadcasting. I agree because at the end of the day, those people live there.
But that's what this is like saying. That has led to problems of people disrespecting others' properties.
I
Doing creepy shit.
Yeah. So I agree with that. Who wouldn't agree with that? Wouldn't be sensible. But if they're genuinely, and I don't know how you figure if it's genuine or not because you wouldn't know, you would never know. But if they're doing that, you got to let them do that because maybe there's some people that really feel. What if there was a person that really had the same shit happening to them? What if it's somebody who sympathized that their mom was missing or they just have a mom? See, the thing about this is it's it's kind of harping on your heartstrings because it's a mother that is missing. Anybody can relate to that has a mother that was in good standing, right? So I don't think it's wrong for that. I think it's wrong that you can continuously go over there because at the end of the day, when the cameras are off, who's watching them? Now they got a full broadcast of their street where some people live, interviewed, and then that becomes another thing. And then you've said this as well, and I will respect this. I will say this in closing: the killer is still out there, right? So that leads to we can't find him. So who knows what this person is doing? Mic drop.
Mm, mm, mm.
And you've always said that. You've always said that. It don't matter. The killer's still out there. And you've always said that. Anybody that watch your channel, I've been watching your fucking channel since I can remember. You've always said he's still out there. So it don't even matter.
All I
He
look at, he's
look,
free. I can
he
judge him all day long about what he did and didn't do. He made it out of there, and that's all I care about. He made it out, and you
and
ain't
then
caught.
he could see so handily what's happening because y'all broadcasting it every fucking day for the past before obviously it became stagnant now. But before it was posting that shit every day. He was just like,
And it's hard to believe that we have gone and coming into almost summer. She went missing February 1st, and we're already at what's today, 23rd or so of the month. So this is crazy.
checkmate. Say it again, Queen. Say it again. I didn't hear you. For the people in the back, what did you
I,
say?
it's some months in. It's kind of baffling.
And nothing, not a peep, no FBI investigation, no nanos. Now they worried about him not being the main person now. Now they didn't took that away from the
Need no brain.
investigation because he not doing what he's supposed to do.
Brown.
Why does that matter at the point in time? Let's fire him after we figure out what's
Okay.
going on.
See
I'm
you
sorry.
later, Miss.
I'm sorry.
No, she found she's telling she had to go. Well,
447 Queen, you've been on here for 5 hours.
oh my God, I can't even see the time. Yes, we're gonna cut it short. Long story short, the crime will be solved, but you believe it'll take a couple of years.
In my closing statement, like they say in lawyerism, that's not a
Oh,
word, but yeah, I think
so damn
you
silly. Lawyer.
my lawyerism. Queen, you can hold my feet to the fire when I say this. I think it'll be solved in 3 years. End quote.
That's sad.
It is sad.
Yeah, that's real sad. How many people are involved and will leave it? We'll check out.
Say it again.
How many people are involved?
That I won't state because I just don't know.
Okay.
I just don't know.
Is there a
That
female involved?
is there a female involved?
Mhm.
Can I caveat? I think there's more than one person involved. I can't say a female. I just think there's more than one person involved. Can I say that? Can I?
More than
Can,
two?
huh?
More than two?
More than two. Yeah, I will say that.
Oh,
More than two.
Was there ever a ransom to be collected?
Was there ransom to be collected?
You are
I
really
think
studying questions.
Queen. I mean, when we look at it and assess things, you don't want somebody to be like, "Oh yeah." You want them to think about it. I
Okay.
think that was something to distract the main reason. So I don't think that at first it sounded good. I don't because the,
So are they one and the same then? The notes, some they believe are real, some they don't believe are real.
I
So the
think it
ones
was the
that are
distraction.
real really have anything to do with the actual kidnapping.
I think it was a distraction. Personally,
So
I
you
think it
think
was.
people think no, they didn't have nothing to do with the actual kidnapping.
Okay, can I say this? If it was serious, it was serious at first until the next person said what they said. And then I felt like it wasn't serious anymore.
I don't understand.
So I'm saying the first person that said something about the ransom, right? Then it was the second person, then it was the third person.
Yeah.
I guess we're all accumulating that to be the same person, but it's just
What the
I
FBI said that it's possible, it was more than two people sending the notes, and then Savannah said she believed two of the notes were real. So
right
that
and
talking about separate people.
right and Savannah, what Savannah say is not corroborated. I see. I always want to
Well, all
because
she had
that's
to
a
go on with what other people had told her. So you know what I'm
right.
saying?
It's a feeling. It's a feeling. Oh, what I feel is what, and that's something to post
And she
because
never
it's
saw the letter, which I found suspect. How am I going to believe something I ain't never seen?
right. And then the videos. The
Show
videos
me the
kind of
letter. Show me the letter that people wrote
and
to the
then
TMZ. I don't want to hear you read it off. Show me the motherfucking copy. That's what I would ask. Let me
and
read.
and that's the pertinent question. Show me. And then you're doing these videos, and I understand. Okay, I'm gonna say something. It ain't gonna be. It ain't nobody gonna like it. You ain't gonna like it, whether you conspiracy theorist or not. Remember, she's an actor. What does that mean? She's been on the news, so she knows how to play something. Am I saying she was acting? No, I very well think that she was sad about her mother, but it's just it leads me into that misnomer of it just doesn't make sense.
Do you
So I
think? Do you think she could have done it?
no,
Why not?
no, because what gain does she have if she did? She already
Oh,
got money.
let me get to it.
Okay,
Okay. So
shut your mouth. Shut your mouth.
saying why not?
Because how much is her body worth? How much is the life insurance policy worth that she ain't getting already on her news thing?
Maybe it's not about the money.
Okay, then what's it about, Queen?
I don't know. You tell me.
Getting her out of there? And if you getting her out of there, what's that mean? What, get the
I'm
house? Maybe Annie.
a wealthy person. I'm a wealthy person,
Mhm.
and I conspire to get my mother gone. You can't think of a reason why you want her mom gone?
No, there's plenty of reasons to get her mom gone, but I'm trying. Okay, and I've told you this in the stream before. I've told you, and you could maybe you could remember, but if you can't remember, you'll remember now. And I know I'm dragging it. Why now? Why now?
Why
You had
not?
all that time, all the other times to get her out the way. Why now? I just don't understand why now. And if you can answer why now, then I'll be like, oh,
Because they know
why? Go ahead.
it's look. I always
I
tell people, listen,
mhm.
I tell people to think outside of the box.
Always, you always do that.
Focusing, stop focusing on Savannah, stop focusing on the money because it may not have anything to do with that. You
You
have to
right.
think of all angles. These children played the kidnap game. That's one reason. I'm not mentally stable. I want attention. Stay woke. Cannot leave that out of the equation. What are the
At
odds you
all.
played this game with a relative? and your mother, who conspired with this person to play this game with you all, and years later, that same woman has now been kidnapped.
Shut your mouth. That's why you queen. Go ahead. Go ahead. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You can't just look at it as it's got to be Annie and Tommaso because they're there and obligated to her. How do I know that Savannah is not mentally ill? She wanted attention. She wanted to pull a shirt, Papini. See, you don't know. For all we know, they all conspired together, all brothers and sisters, to get rid of the mother. Maybe they learned something about their mother they didn't know about. See, you don't really know people. You don't really know if all her fucking kids got the same fucking baby. See, you don't know people.
Who's to say that Annie was like, you owe me this because look at where you at and look at where I'm at.
Well, that's what I'm
This
saying.
is and
Exactly.
and that's pertinent.
I'm tired of taking care of this lady. I'm not being compensated. You're living well off in New York.
And look
Other
at
mothers
us.
over there on the East Coast. It's just me and T here.
We
Considering,
struggling in this hot ass Arizona weather.
well,
No lights, right? No, but
right, no
you
light.
no, you bring up
Look, mask off. Exactly.
all bullshit aside, Queen. Don't let your foot off. Go ahead, keep going. Go ahead. I know you got some more because I know how you get down. Go ahead.
That's it. I'm just saying. You don't know
You
people. And nobody has thoroughly given us a synopsis of who any of these people are. And a lot of people have been talking about that. You
oh,
only know what Savannah has portrayed on live shows and the interview with Hoda, but that's not enough.
and then they won't let the friends even interview about that.
So
What's what?
that's another problem too.
Right? Okay. Now, if that don't smell fishy, I don't know what does. Oh,
So then you
shut your
gotta say,
mouth.
did the police tell the friends don't talk to the news, or it was from the Guthries first? Which is it, or was it both?
Well, now, okay, you put it on me a lot. I've been on my feet, been on the fire. What you feel?
I don't know. Could have been
Okay,
both.
okay.
Police do sometimes tell you not to talk. Tell people not to talk. Don't speak to the news. Don't speak to podcasters. I don't
Do you do you feel that the friends have something that's pertinent to the investigation?
see because that's the whole point. You don't know what they know and don't know. You
Okay.
don't know what this old lady has discussed with them in private. For all we know, she's had a problem with somebody or one of her kids. But you telling them don't say nothing. They might have been afraid to tell the police what they knew about their friend. Don't even really know what they told the police.
That's why I love you, Queen. You ask all the right questions and you don't leave nothing else. I'm sorry.
You know
I
damn
mean,
well that you know damn well an 80-something-year-old has confided in somebody besides her kids.
especially in church. Come on.
Uh,
What? She not gonna tell her peers what she going through, and she done already built this camaraderie with the church, and her not to say what's going on a little bit. Shut your mouth.
so a little while ago, I was listening to some commentary on somebody else's channel, and this lady said she had got this information from a relative in Virginia that overheard Nancy talking to this woman, and she was saying that her daughter is getting along better or something to that effect. See, this is why I kept saying, if that is true, you don't know people. You don't know what the people got going on. You don't know who get along with whom. You don't know who's liking whom, disliking who has contempt for whom. And they ain't showed us nothing about these people to say yay or nay. And I'm not gonna sit here and hype up interviews and oh, this is my sister, this is my brother, this is my this. That was then. Anything can happen from the time that camera shut off. And I
Sure.
also know that you can lie while the cameras roll. Who's gonna sit up and say, "Oh yeah, not really a happy family. We can't stand one another."
Nobody. You're not gonna
Nobody.
find. You're not gonna find that on no actual.
No,
Uh,
not on no interview.
no. You're not gonna find that in no
No, on
Dateline.
now interview ain't gonna do that.
It ain't gonna
You
be
gonna
like
play, you
Dateline
gonna play
and
the role.
yeah. And if it is Dateline, it ain't gonna be now.
Now, see, for all we know, Nancy could have favored her children over the other, favored them once they're adults. children got animosity amongst one another. Because in the end, you got to think they got a whole house up there that's being taken care of by somebody. Somebody has to be looking after this house. Somebody's got to be aware of what's going on the property, creepy crawlies, all of that. You had this guy stealing cactuses 2 weeks ago. This shit is serious out there.
Yeah, and
It's really serious.
it's really
So
it really
who
is
is taking care of the house? Who paid the taxes this year for the house? Who's paying the water, the light, and the gas bill for the house? See, all that shit is relevant.
because now that she ain't no longer there, what's going on now?
Exactly. Who's asking to stay in the house? Number one. Who's asking to see a deed or a will? All that's relevant. That's right.
Checkmate,
Life
checkmate,
insurance policies. Exactly. How many got
checkmate.
active? Who did the mother deed? They say Karen owns the house. I don't really know. What's in the mother's will? All
He
that.
only seen him once, right? Once or twice. Checkmate, right? And
Uh-huh.
he military background, right? So I mean,
And then, like they said, he left it before when they went to the little front of the yard and they were crying and shit. He was gone. He was already gone. Maybe
and
he worked, had a job. I'm not sure.
oh well, I mean, one thing about the military is their emotions they don't wear on their sleeve. They very cutthroat when it comes to because they've been in that. I have a grandfather in the military, and I can attest to somebody who went from being cold hearted to warm hearted, but it took a while. So who's to say that he's in fight or flight where he's like, my mom's gone. I mean, when your mom's gone, what do you do, right? So maybe he's affected. Maybe he ain't. Maybe he's got training high above the regular civilian. So what's that mean? That means when it comes to a combat, he knows what to do. And these are things that people don't understand. And the thing that people don't understand is they sometimes logic isn't always the answer. Sometimes he's been in the military. He's a war
Okay,
machine.
what's your point that he's been in the military?
What I'm saying is the way his mannerisms are to not be able to be emotional, to not be able to I've seen that. I've dealt with that. Look, I'll say this and I don't say it a lot. I wear my grandfather's dog tags right now. He's dead. So and I've witnessed him being happy. This is a man who never said I love you to the last of his dying days to where he said I love you to me. And he never said I love you too much to his own daughter. This is my grandfather. So what I'm saying is they know how to cut shit off. If it's time to kill, they know how to kill. People don't know that people in the military are trained to kill from the moment they get in that. He was in the Vietnam War. You think he don't know how to kill? You think he ain't killed somebody? Yes.
Oh,
So I'm saying is they know how to. You think they don't know how to pop somebody and keep it moving? So if somebody can do that desensitized, they're a weapon. You a weapon. And
okay. So do you think the son has some involvement?
do I think he has something involved? No, I just think he's trained. He's a
Well,
trained.
he's comatose.
Comatose. I won't say he's comatose. It's still his mom at the end of the day. He came on the interview. That says enough. I just don't think. Okay,
But it still seemed all of it was too scripted. Was
can I say this?
motion seemed scripted as well. You understand what I'm saying?
5 hours and 3 minutes and 36 seconds. Can I say this?
Yep. And then we're done.
Do I do I feel like he did had something to do with that? No, because that was a bullshit ass job. Because if it was something somebody was trained like he was trained, they would have did that shit clean cut. So that didn't come from him. I can say that. I can 100% say that because if it was somebody that had his military background, they would have
Hope
get
you're
in and got
wrong.
out.
I hope you're wrong.
I hope I'm wrong too.
Yeah.
Because
I think either way, it's a sad tragedy. I don't believe she's alive. I think the intent was to unalive her. There was no intent to keep her alive. There was no intent, in my opinion, probably of a ransom. I think the intent was to go there and take her out for
I
whatever
agree. I agree.
point. The point of it is, why did you want an old lady dead?
And that's the question that I'm confused about on a day to day. And you even said this too. You go through this investigation every day. It's just like you almost like, damn, every day, every day, every day. You almost become desensitized to it because it's just like that's all you hear. And sometimes you don't even want to hear it no more.
Yeah, well, I think it's the repetitiveness that's daunting at this point. Everybody's rehashing the same thing from day one to what happened, the time, and I don't even know if the times are right. See, I don't really know because I wasn't there. And I
Right.
just think there's some people who are in the story that are emotionless. I just think there's a possibility that somebody's in the story that's emotionless,
Mhm.
that what we're seeing on the TV play out may not be the truth.
Queen,
I got a feeling somebody in
Queen,
that knows exactly what happened to her.
Queen, I love you so much. I gotta go. Thank you so
Oh,
much for letting me be on this because
yeah.
I want you to finish your outro
Okay,
because
that's
it's
fine.
and I want you to we gotta hook up, but I want you
Okay,
to
you know
finish
where
it.
to find me. I told you where to find me.
You know
It's
I
just
ain't
one
doing
little app, honey.
anyway. You do your
All right.
thing. You should
Bye.
get your flower. No, don't get me off yet. You deserve your flowers 120%. I love you. Do
Thank
your
you.
thing. Rock out. I
Okay.
know I want you to do your introduction. I mean, introduction, outro the way you should. So thank you so much for letting me be here. I love you.
Have a good night.
You
Bye
too.
bye.
Take
Bye bye.
care. Have one on me, okay?
So funny. All right, everybody. That is No Perspective. He's from California. I've talked about various topics during this live stream. I hope that something that we brought to this network and to the platform during this 5 hours was something of use to you. And I thank No Perspective for coming up. He, I guess, wanted to support the Queen and show he had the Queen's back. We had a little naughty bird in the chat earlier, and that's okay because that's expected, because that's the whole point. I am on a platform. I'm putting myself out here, bringing forward information, commentary. You can agree to disagree, but one thing I'm not going to do is I'm not going to be disrespected. And that's just the bottom line. Because I don't feel like there's anything that I said in my live stream the other day was disrespectful to anybody. I was bringing forward my truth and the truth that I knew it. And it didn't have anything to do with anybody in YouTube land or anywhere else. That was my journey. And I didn't have to share it. And frankly, I don't have to share anything else personal on here because I don't need anybody disrespecting me. Thank you, sweetheart. I don't need anybody fucking disrespecting me and assuming this and that about me from something as simple as me saying I don't want to be questioned every time I come out my house. That's my right. That's my fucking right. I don't give a fuck where I live. I don't give a fuck where I live and where I go. If I say I don't want to be questioned when I walk out my house, that's what the fuck I mean. It don't matter who it is. Let me make this clear. I don't care who it is. I don't care your color or your race or your age. If I say, Queen says, she don't want to be questioned, then that's what I mean. And that's my right. That ain't got nothing to do with you and nobody else. So I thank No Perspective for coming up and speaking up for Queen, which he didn't have to do because I can hold my own. And I can say of all the commentary that's been in the chat and the past two lives, nobody's had anything negative to say but that one person. So that should tell you right there what time of day it is. You just have a lot of people who look for shit to complain about and moan about. It ain't her journey, it's mine. So what the fuck has she got an attitude about? But that's the world we live in. During this live stream, we talked about spanking children, corporal punishment in the school. Tony Carruthers, who has been given a second chance at living in a prison besides being executed. What do you think about what happened to him? Why they couldn't find a vein? I've also talked to you about a black lady who died from a incident in Indiana at a restaurant where she ended up fighting a young girl in a restaurant, having a heart attack. And also, we've talked about Nancy Guthrie, where the case is and where it ain't. And frankly, I feel sorry for anyone that lives in Tucson. I pray that nobody else is kidnapped or even unalive, because I just wouldn't trust anybody working at this department to solve the crime. Just gonna keep it real. Because we're learning that certain people who have been given a certain positions, they don't have the experience, and then you still have this dirty sheriff in charge. So that's a problem. I pray that there will be justice for Nancy Guthrie. I don't know who unalived her and why. I don't know how many people are involved. I don't know how many people have knowledge, but it's a travesty because, as I have said in this live stream, there comes a point when you have to walk away. And there is nothing that Nancy Guthrie could have said, in my opinion, worthy of death. I don't care if she called a person a racial slur. I'd let that old heathen sit right where she was. Did you hear what I said? And I got a feeling that's all this is about. As one guy, retired official said, more than likely this case is, the motive is petty. Of course it's petty. But somebody deemed it important enough to take her out. And I do believe it was intentional to take her out. And that leads to me to believe it's personal. Because a stranger, and it's not saying we don't have crazy people out here who don't know you, that'll unalive you. This is just too meticulous to have nothing for it to be somebody random. And like I said, it could be somebody random. Could have been somebody random just want to be on a thrill kill. Somebody who's seen her, watched her, a delivery driver. Somebody watched something or heard something she said on the internet. It could be one of those crazy random situations. But my spirit is telling me that it's not. But we do have sick people who watch, gawk, look, stalk, and they want a thrill kill. Could be a sexual assault. And I'll still keep that on the table as well. But we don't know anything about these people in this story, her children, her, how she lived, her interactions with her kids, family, friends. And until we know any of that, we can't really say anything about these people because we don't know them. And nobody, I don't think, is really bringing the truth to who Savannah, Annie, Tommaso, Nancy. You're not telling us nothing. And I find that strange and bizarre. And hell yeah, I find it strange that her kids haven't spoken to the news and the friends can't talk. Why not? Fucking 3-4 months. Let it be. What's the secrecy at this point? Shit, talk. Tell us something about the lady. Have these people been re-interviewed? The friends and the children. Have they all been re-interviewed? The two guys detained, Luke Daly and the other Hispanic guy, have they been re-spoken to? See, all that matters. As for the neighbors, I would lay low on speaking because some of you have been a little bit too chitty chatty, and frankly, I would have never showed myself. I'm not going to show myself and there's a mad person running around here who's unalived, an old lady. And maybe you showed yourself because you felt like it was personal and that it ain't going to affect you and that person ain't going to come for you. Well, if you can unalive an 84-year-old, you can unalive a 40-something, 50-something-year-old. Stay woke now. I will stop talking to the news. If you're going to talk to Brian Eden, don't show yourself because the killer is still out there. And yes, I believe she is DEAD. So you got to preserve your own safety. And talking to Brian Eden and any other news source is dangerous because the person is still walking around. And you don't know who it is, and you don't know the motive. And you've already had some guy over there stealing your damn plants. And as I said, that could be somebody involved or somebody doing a dry run to rob your house, that house. Let me see if it makes the news. Then I'll know they have a camera system. They have an alarm. Stay woke, everybody. I don't trust nothing going on over there in Tucson. I'm just going to keep it real. And I wouldn't take a dog there. I wouldn't care to visit. I wouldn't care. Not after the shit I done heard with the sheriff's department. And they don't like street lights. And now they're trying to say they got cameras on the poles. Oh, so now all of a sudden you all got cameras? When the story first broke, you all acted like you didn't have street cameras or speed cameras. Now all of a sudden now you got cameras. So where exactly do you have cameras and motherfucking lights? You ain't got lights in the neighborhood, but now you got what? Lights in the areas where there are businesses? So you got lights where there are businesses and cameras where there are businesses. Is that what you're telling us? Okay. I'm praying for anybody that lives in Tucson. If you're a dog or cat, I'm praying for you. Follow the Queen on Newsbreak. I'm a contributor on that network. My subscription, I don't have a subscription, but I do have followers. It's about what? 2064 last checked earlier. 62, 2062. Thank you all so much for following me over there. My Celeste Rivas video has now 75,000 plus views. Thank you so much. Follow me on Instagram, same name, YouTube. Like, share, subscribe. Hit that like button. Welcome our new subscribers. And if you unsubscribe, that's fine too, because I ain't going nowhere. I'm a child of God, and I'm on solid ground. Amen. If you'd like to donate to this great network, $McAndrew 129 Cash App. Stickers and chats are always welcome during the live stream. Once again, thank you, No Perspective, for coming in. All those who jumped in, Lou Red, Lisa, Sue, anybody I missed, thank you. Thank you so kindly. Oh yes, I'm a highly favored. Amen. God has blessed the Queen. I can honestly say I am so blessed. I can't even begin to explain. And I thank God every day I get up and I talk to him. Every footprint I make in this apartment, inside and out, I talk to God and tell him, you've brought me a mighty long way, and I want to thank you. That ain't nothing nobody doing gonna stop me. Not an ache, not a pain, nothing. I'm in a very good place now. And it took a long time to get to where I sit, to where I don't have any problems. I'm going to say that on this live. I don't have any problems. I can finally say that I'm at peace with myself and my circumstances. And anything that I've dealt with, I have just decided, as I have said so many times during the live, I'm letting it go. Because I don't need it. I don't need any aggravations. I don't need no problems. Thank you for following this network. I'll be back later in the week with more stimulating content and commentary. The next live stream, we're going to talk about social media and why we as people are doing too much on social media for attention, likes, and shares, and money. Thank you, sweetheart. I appreciate that. Why are we doing the stupid stuff we do? Why are we showing the things we're showing? Filming people and ourselves doing stupid stuff, walking around half dressed, half naked. I'm getting really sick of that. The shorts and reels on Facebook, it's out of control. You're walking around here 400 pounds, showing yourself in a bathing suit. And hey, you got self-pride. There's nothing wrong with that. But I personally just don't think all your belly rolls and breasts and stuff need to be shown. That's my opinion. So whether it's a bathing suit, it's a short dress, coochie color shorts, it's all the same to me. You should have pride about yourself. I think it's time for people to start putting down the cell phone. Give your cell phone a break. Stop liking, sharing, stop filming, stop going live. Just stop. And also stop commenting. As an old lady once said years ago when she was talking to her son, God rest her soul, she's not alive, Miss True. She and her son were having a disagreement. in her house, and I was sitting there listening. And she said, I didn't send for you. I want you to think about that. I want you to think about that every time you meddle and get in somebody's business. You say something that you don't know what you're talking about. You want to be a nosy Ken or Karen. You want to stir up shit and trouble. Just remember, nobody sent for you. Yes, we will do it again. When you see me go live about the video, about the internet, just jump on, sweetheart. I'll drop a link if I decide to go on the StreamYard. I didn't send for you. And that's the perfect line for the commentary in this live stream that you heard. 5 hours and 20 minutes. I didn't send for you. And that's what some of you need to understand. You need to stay in your damn lane. And know that you were not sent for. And if you don't understand what that means, you were not damn invited. Thank you for your time. God bless all of you. Have a wonderful weekend. Mind the children. See something, say something, be a part of the solution, not the problem. Prayers for Nancy Guthrie. Justice for her. Justice for our missing children. And next month, a fan and myself, allegedly, will be traveling to Rogersville, and we'll be on the ground. And naturally, as I told you, you will not know when I'm on the ground. You will only know after I've left the premises. As to preserve my mindset and my body. Because one thing I've learned about this network, you don't need to tell everything. So when I go, I will not let you know when I'm there. You'll see the content after it's filmed. That time is vastly approaching pertaining to the disappearance of Summer Wells. Where is this child? Is she alive? If she is unalive, what happened and why? Who all knows the information? What do her brothers know? Will we ever hear from the brothers to tell us what they saw and heard that fateful day, June 15, 2021? Wow. How time flies. And will any of these children reach out to their parents? Because one should be an adult now. And will he stay in foster care, go to school? Because state law says he has to go to school to stay in the foster care system. So will he go to school, or will he venture out on his own after the age of 18? Lots of questions. Thank you for your time. You've been listening to the Ball Exam.